wouldn't it? uh, we gotta start over. Okay. Hey, what's up, YouTube? Hey, what's up, YouTube? Now, you probably heard about this Microsoft buyout for Blizzard. I am not an expert, although I do have things that I have going on in here, but we don't know. We're gonna see. We're gonna see how it goes. I generally let people smarter than me talk first. That's why we react to smart people, people who are a little bit more aware. Not to say that anybody is like some kind of like super genius just because they talk into a camera, just because they talk into a mic, but they have pretty reliable information from what I've seen. People who are, I mean, they're more. They're more in the know, okay? I'm just like some random chick who just like streams and stuff, okay? So I probably don't have the best takes, but I try to take in all the knowledge that people have, and I take it from here and I take it from there, and then it goes in there, and I should probably give myself a little bit more credit, but yeah, without further ado, let's jump right in. Letting my hair air out a little bit, okay, before we get into gaming. We're going to be playing League later, so don't let that category fool you. I don't even have an active account right now for World of Warcraft. We're mostly just I'm just interested in the I'm just interested in the business part, because I am an aspiring businesswoman myself, and however that may take form, we'll see. Technically, I already am a business owner, but not an LLC. Not yet. Okay. Yeah. I mean, it's a loose definition of the term, but anyway, without further ado, let's start. First, let's watch like this Emiru clip I wanted to watch really quick. Oh shit. Forgot the audio. Yeah, this is just funny.
You know what would really cheer me up? Hitting 700k followers. Fuck! I hate my life so much. I need to spit. Hold on. OTK doesn't come with health insurance? No! Oh my god. Oh.
That actually happened to me yesterday. When you accidentally like breathe in like some liquid, it's so fucking painful. Like, god damn it. Yeah, when you're like when you're a freelance, well, not freelance, but like when you're,
You know what would really...
when you have like your own business, I don't know much about like how orgs work, especially like not specifically internally to like OTK or anything like that, but generally like if I believe it kind of works more like a private contractor, and when you're a private contractor, usually like you're basically a free agent. I mean, it might be a bit different when you sign on to an org or something, but I'm guessing it kind of works more like a private contractor, and you just get a whole bunch of people that you're contracting. It was kind of like that when I was teaching at a nonprofit for chess. That way you pay people, but you're not required to give them like benefits or anything, because it's not really like, because it's like, I don't know, as like a content creator, you're kind of a free agent. I don't think it's healthy to see content creation in the sense of like, oh, this is an employment. And it's like, no, I don't think anybody should see it that way. I mean, I understand if like maybe you're like, like if you have like some kind of team of people who do like, the system administration and like stuff like that for like websites, and I can understand for that. But like if you're like like a content creator that they hire, I feel like it would be better for both parties, because if you're under like a private contractor, it means that like you don't really have as much to lose if you leave, because it gives you a lot more freedom. Although they probably put in some clauses that says like, hey, like you have to make X amount of content for us for X amount of time, for Y amount of time, or whatever. I don't know. You'll have to. That's all internal. Nobody really knows, and they probably all signed NDAs. So whatever. That is what it is. But yeah, it's like also, health insurance is kind of a tire fire. Actually, it's pretty much a tire fire in the United States. There really needs to be some health reform in this country, because it's ridiculous that that if you make money, you have to pay that money just to get health insurance. And it's like the only way to get health insurance, the only way to actually get health insurance without money is if you're poor, like me. Luckily, my health insurance covers all the things I need for my gender expansive care, such as my hormone treatment, my surgeries that are coming up, all that kind of stuff. I talk to my therapist every week. Most people don't have that option. Most people have to pay for doctor visits or therapy, and as a result, most people don't even go to the doctor, don't even go to therapy, which is really, really fucked up. More people should have access to weekly therapy. Obviously, my goal is to not just be in therapy for the rest of my life. My goal is to build tools I need so I don't have to go as often. Although being an autistic person, I probably will have to go to therapy for the rest of my life. However, the frequency might change over time. Right now, I talk to my therapist every single week. I also have a mental health worker I talk to every single week. In a different capacity, kind of more in a case management kind of thing, like more like, but she's also trained in therapy. So it's, as a psychologist. But not, but it's a different, but it's a different thing. So I really do feel like, it's kind of fucked up that like we have to go into private insurance just to get healthcare. Although it's unreasonable to expect like an esports org to provide health insurance. However, if that's a bigger company, they should. Like if it's if OTK is a new org, I wouldn't expect them to run that way. Thank you, Uwu. I wouldn't expect OTK to run that way, because they're just a new org and they're smaller, and I feel like for them it would be much better to who knows what they actually do, that's all internal, but I would feel like it would be much better to sign on all their talent as private contractors until they're because they're not a giant it's all privately funded by the owners. They're not at a point where they're like a multi-million dollar company. It's privately funded by all the co-owners. So it's kind of like that. I don't expect anything to happen with OTK anytime soon. In the long term, I could see them becoming like a complete like giant, behemoth of the industry. I already see that coming. It's just everybody there really cares about what they're doing, and that's like obviously people they are a business, they are in this for the money. That should be a given. Why would you start a business if you don't want money? Like even nonprofits need money. Nonprofit doesn't mean you don't make money. So it's like you need money. It's just in a nonprofit the money goes back into the company for usually for humanitarian reasons. That's kind of a thing with nonprofits. With obviously, if you start a business like an esports org, you're trying to make it better for everyone so that everybody has the best deal. That seems logical, right? Like, if you make more money, everybody should make more money. you know, so I don't know. It's kind of messed up, you know, because everyone should have health insurance. But I mean, you know, if you're I feel like if you get signed on to an org like OTK, you're working with some amazing talent, with some very successful people who are going to help you a lot. So it's like, I feel like at that point, it does suck that you have to get your own private insurance. But that's a problem with this country, not necessarily with any business. And I think anybody who would criticize OTK for not providing health insurance would be, it would be an unfair and extremely just like it's like you're thinking about the wrong things. Like if people criticize a business for trying to make money, like you're obviously not cut out for business. Like like business is about money. Like you should want people to use you so that you can both make money. Like that. I mean, obviously you should be able to like not be taken advantage of. But if you go into a business thinking that it's all like, you know, oh, we just want to like hold hands and all that stuff, and it's like, yeah, okay, I understand if like you have a company, and I can only guess just based on public announcements and public appearances, like what you see in the public of like OTK, but they seem like pretty genuine people, and you know, compared to some other companies where there's just kind of some faceless corporation. OTK is literally not faceless. You know, they're all public on stream, like on YouTube. It's very difficult for them to get away. I mean, honestly, I don't think they would try to get away, but even if they did, I think it would be very difficult for them to get away with toxic, cutthroat business practices, because they're held accountable, because their job is literally to be PR representatives. Like they're always on like Twitch or YouTube or whatever, or on Twitter, and so it's like they're held to much more accountability. And I actually think that makes a better company. Even if you are a person who doesn't need to be held accountable, I still think that it's better that you have that framework in place, because it means that like, okay, well, these people, you know, even if they don't want the best interest in you, they still kind of have to, because of like the publicity. So, you know, it doesn't, you know, you don't get into business trying to hold hands with everybody. You get into business because you want some money, okay? Anyway, that was an interesting clip we actually got. This is a business stream. This is a business stream today, and this will probably go on YouTube. Hey Sammy, if I can actually get around to editing, which is like my worst thing, that I don't know how to like get into a good editing habit. Anyway, let's watch these videos. You know, I'm going to be watching Devin, and I don't know, we'll see. I don't like putting in, here's what I was talking about earlier. I don't think because a lot of people don't want to go into streaming or into YouTube or anything like that, because they think that they don't know enough. They don't think they're qualified. Literally, I mean, obviously, Devin Nash's case, interesting haircut. Yeah, head. I don't. Yeah. Sorry, Devin. Yeah. I mean, Devin, you're a handsome man, but like, I mean, in all fairness, just a second. In all fairness.
So you're telling me there's a chance? Yeah!
In all fairness. But then again, you know, Jim Carrey's a very handsome man as well. You know, just saying.
It's Devin Nash. We have got to talk about Microsoft acquiring Activision Blizzard. This is some of the biggest news ever to happen in gaming, and I wanted to create a video to make a very simple breakdown of everything that kind of matters about this. and what to understand about the acquisition and where Microsoft and Blizzard are going as a result. So I think the easiest way to actually do this is just to read the press release and address.
I do have DaVinci, but I found an even easier edit because DaVinci was actually Resolve was actually really laggy on my computer. I do not have like 16, I don't even think I have 8 gigabytes. I think I do have 8 gigabytes of RAM, maybe 4 gigabytes. Either way, my computer is really not that powerful. I can't even run Halo Infinite, which was really frustrating to me. I could barely run Apex, and definitely not on stream. I mean, I probably could, but I couldn't even run Apex, barely. It was like it looked like so much like a potato. Even Fortnite, I have to like potato-fy. It's kind of, this computer is really garbage. If you'd like, you could see my wish list, and you could buy me a $5,000 computer that has like 128 gigabytes of RAM. But I did find a more lightweight. I did find a more lightweight editing software. It's not really about the editing software. It's about me. Okay, it took me a whole year to clean my room, and now I want to show you some. Oh wait, yeah. Let me show. Let me. I'm gonna show you the photos. Okay, okay, just be warned. Be warned, okay? I'm gonna show you before I've been cleaning my room. I'm not completely finished, but I put everything away. But I took out all the trash. Let me show you the trash, okay? I hope it's still. I mean, it should still be here. Okay. Yeah. Let me show you some trash. Okay. Well, here's all the stuff I organized. Oh, let me take off the webcam here. Here's all the stuff I organized. Okay, so that was just on my bed. I moved that, back to the top bunk, and obviously so I could sleep. But yeah, there's that. Don't want to leak the Discord. Well, I guess I can leak this part. Yeah. So here, that was me putting all the stuff out in my room into the living room. Yeah, and just to get the bed out of the way and all that stuff, and that couch area is a mess too. And here was my room before I took out all the trash. Oh, I put all my stuff on the top bunk. That's where I put all my stuff. I really don't have much space, and anything extra I put out in the living room on the couch. There's really not much space in a trailer. That's why it's kind of hard for me to get motivated to clean, because it's like, well, where am I going to put it all? Although I had like this giant pile of trash, it filled up the entire garbage can, like, the big gray garbage can. All the trash that I threw out, in addition to like the kitchen, the kitchen trash. I think it was like 3 or 4 bags of garbage. And it filled up the entire gray bin. But yeah, it's much cleaner now. Although I need to organize the next step is to organize all my stuff and clean my desk. Although right now it's not too bad. It's just, it's really annoying. I couldn't find my, my glucometer yesterday, and I was like looking for it, and I didn't find it till I finished cleaning. So that's like perfect actually. But like, I was trying to like install more RAM into my computer. And what happened was, it's the wrong kind of RAM, which really pissed me off. I really hate how, like, there's no universal RAM. Like, how come you can't take the RAM from your old computer and put it in your new computer? You have to get new RAM because it's a different kind of RAM. It's like, what the hell? And it's like they put like a notch in it. Of course, it's more than just the notch. It's because the hardware is different. But it's just like, it's like I'm trying to put it in and the notch doesn't even go. Like, the notch is not in the right spot. And I'm like, oh God. Like, come on, I could have used that extra 8 gigabytes of RAM. It really helps with editing. The RAM is really you really don't need much RAM for like most tasks unless you're doing video editing, and that's what I need it for. Marketing strategy. Yeah, it is, of course, because like they want to use their own proprietary hardware for each different CPU or motherboard or whatever. And it's just so frustrating. It's like there should really be like a standard, but there's bigger fish to fry. I don't think it's I don't there's a lot more stuff going on in Congress than trying to standardize USB and phone chargers and computer hardware. Because if government could intervene in that, I mean, first of all, there is a point where it's like, okay, there is supposed to be like a free market, and a marketplace should be allowed to make proprietary hardware and stuff like that. However, it's just so fucking annoying. And like it would be great if there was like a standardized system for computer hardware, because in our day and age, computers aren't really a luxury anymore. Especially with so many people requiring computers for working, especially when it comes to like content creation, where video editing in today's world is like it's like the oil industry. It's like how like when cars came out, like when Ford and all that came out, like the assembly line, how that changed, how that changed the landscape. How that changed the land. I'm not Polish. I'm French, Cherokee / like Muskegee, and Nordic apparently, and some Irish and whatever. It's whatever. I think I'm mostly like French, but it's just like French and Cherokee. So it's like I don't even want to think about the circumstances of my ancestors. There's probably some really nefarious stuff going on with the French and the Cherokee. So whatever. It is what it is. It could have been, I don't know, it could have been something like an actual, maybe it could have been, I don't know. Maybe it wasn't nefarious. Maybe it was. Who knows? I don't know. I haven't officially filed for native ancestry. I could, but I haven't officially done it. Because there's even a small amount. I guess I'm like an eighth. Yeah, I guess I'm like an eighth Cherokee or something like that. Maybe even like a 16th. Who knows? No, I think it's like an eighth. I don't even know. But it's something like that. But even a small amount is still recognized by tribal law and all that kind of stuff. I would qualify to be able to live on the. I don't want to move to Oklahoma. I also don't want to live on a reservation. It's just I don't want to have to. I don't know. Maybe it's good that it might be an option. They could pay for school and stuff like that. But however, I can't really go to college. It's like I don't know. I'm working on something else with my life, and hopefully content creation can be a thing. But in today's world, video editing, that's basically like the automobile industry or the coal industry, or it's basically like it's much more ubiquitous now, and it kind of makes sense that shouldn't everybody have access to a decent computer. For low cost, that actually allows you to do your job. Video editing is really annoying with low RAM. Like I just like it's such a pain in the ass. Obviously, I'm just making excuses. The biggest obstacle is me. Okay. I feel like I have a healthy attitude towards it. However, pointing out that there are problems externally is not it's not mutually exclusive. I can also that does contribute to my own lack of motivation, because if I had better hardware, it would be easier to edit it, and I would probably be putting out a lot more content, better content. But I'm attempting to record stuff. That's basically what I'm working on. I actually want to try to make recorded content that I actually not stage, but Possibly, I don't know. I would like to, like, for example, I'm gonna edit out all this stuff, but like, I could put, I probably can just edit out all those parts where I watch the video, and just keep the timestamps, because I talk a lot. Because it can take me. One time I watched a Devin Nash video. It was like a 24-minute video, like this one. Hopefully, it doesn't take this because I also have. Because we also have Asmongold to watch, which is 30 minutes. I'm going to mostly let them talk today. But any points that I make, I think I could just edit out all the stuff, except for maybe like a few second, like a 30-second like segments if it's relevant. Like put in like the relevant portions, like the most meaningful clips. Put like the most meaningful clips inside the video that relate to what I'm talking about today. Whatever, I might not say anything useful, but either way, I'm going to try, and I'm going to try to put out a video. That would be good practice, and this is the hot topic right now, so maybe it can get me a few views. Might get me a few subs. And I'm kind of surprised Devin Nash is only like 130K. I mean, only 130K. But like, I'm kind of surprised. He does have like kind of a niche. So like, he's very intelligent person. Obviously, I think hero worship is actually a problem, and some people, appeal to authority is kind of like an issue. It's a logical fallacy. I listen to Devin Nash because I've listened to a lot of him and I respect what he has to say. I don't 100% agree with everything, but then again, I don't like just blindly believe him just because he says. It's because I've heard a lot about what he says, and a lot of it makes sense, and a lot of it ends up being true. He also owns like 4 companies, and he represents like the world's like top talent, like Amaranth and stuff like that. Or I don't know the details, but he said that, and obviously in the business world, like, there's like legal things that you got to do. It's like public info. I think, I don't know how it all works, but I also appeal to authority as a problem. So I don't watch him just because he's Devin Nash and whatever. I watch him because I like what he has to say. And that goes true for anybody. I really like what, he has talked about like sexism before, and how like most people would take what he says seriously. Some people, a lot of people might take him more seriously than someone like Amaranth, even though Amaranth is an absolute business genius. And even though, like, obviously in a world like today, it requires lots of collaboration between people and different talent. But like at the same time, like, I highly respect Amaranth, and like, I like what she, even just looking at her tweets on Wild Caitlyn and stuff like that. Like, she's an extremely strong businesswoman and intelligent, and just like, I don't know. It's like, I wish she would do videos like this. That would be pretty cool. Like make a second channel, make a different channel. Eventually, maybe she will. Who knows? I really think that she could make a killing. In that, regardless of, obviously, she's not going to get the same amount of views. But maybe she would. Who knows? I really think nobody should sell themselves short. Obviously, if you're contractually obligated to only do certain types of content, I don't know why anybody. I mean, obviously, I don't know why anybody would lock themselves into some kind of contract like that. I would be running like 1,000,000 miles an hour away from that. Like if somebody said, oh, you could only stream on Twitch and you have to stream 200 hours a month and you could only stream the game League of Legends, like obviously I would never go into a contract like that. My contract would be like, hey, like, like, we want to represent you, but like, you need to make, X amount of content, but like, there's going to be some wiggle room. Like, like, we want you to do this for like, maybe like one stream a week or something like that. Like, okay, yeah, you're going to make less money, but I would rather get into that contract than get it. And this is kind of what Ludwig was talking about, how it's like, yeah, he made less money on YouTube, but the contract was better, because it was more money. I mean, obviously that's good. Oh no, it was more money. But usually most people don't have that. Most people get, have the option between making more money, but having less freedom, having less and less autonomy. Or they can make less money with a different contract, or even freelance. But like, but they have more personal freedom. And so it's like you have to decide like what is the money worth. If you're making a ton of money but you're spending like 200 plus hours a month streaming League of Legends, which some people might like, but you know, some people, even the people who might like it would probably like want to do something else for their content. And I feel like, you know, it's good to have the option, in my opinion, to be able to, like, you know, you should be you know, like if your contract says you can't do OnlyFans or you can't do any kind of adult content, that would be an extreme red flag. I think the world should move away from that. So that's like a personal belief. But also, it's just like, why would, you know, not even just adult content. Like if you say, oh, you can't stream Overwatch or something like that. Like if a contract told you, I mean, obviously if you got into a contract specifically like with a company and you decided to go with that and they're like, oh, you can't stream any games that are outside of this company. Even then it's like, well, that's pretty limiting as a content creator, because it means that like you can't even respond to videos about the game. You know, it's like I feel like, especially like in today's world, we need more freedom of like, you know, because it's like, why should I limit like what kind of content I can put out? I should be able to do whatever the hell I want. It does mean that like, yeah, I could potentially earn more money if I locked myself into a contract like that. But I would rather have more personal freedom, and I need personal freedom because I'm autistic, and it's mostly executive dysfunction, as you saw from that, from all the garbage on my floor. It's executive dysfunction. That's a part of autism. That's only a small part. I mean, it's not a small part. It's definitely a large part. That's one part of why I'm disabled. Another part is obviously my interpersonal skills. I'm kind of a ticking time bomb, which maybe maybe I can. I mean, obviously, I'm working on it in therapy every single week, and I'm actually getting better. I've been hanging out in the Asmongold Discord and in the voice chat, and I had a bit of a panic attack and started kind of like getting into panic attack mode and like not attacking this person, but getting really it's called a panic attack because it's fight or flight response, and I end up fighting most of the time when it becomes conversation, and I end up not attacking the person, but like getting angry and frustrated, and I don't like it. And I end up getting kicked out from Discords. For example, I got kicked out of the SFAN Discord because I had an issue with somebody there. Because, it's usually when it's something that attacks, that feels like it's a personal attack. When I feel like I'm personally attacked for my own failings, or for if it's if it's about identity, like being trans or being pansexual, or if somebody's just attacking something like that I firmly think that is we should really move past like racism and stuff like that. Like when somebody starts having a quote unquote opinion about oh well I think gay people are a sin, that's what happened in the SFAN Discord. Somebody was saying, and it's hypocritical that you would, and I could have responded calmly, or I could have just left, but instead I got really angry and I told them to fuck off, and the person misheard me and thought I told them to kill himself, and it's like, I didn't say that. I said this is why most people end up killing themselves is because of people like you. And I said that kind of behavior should die. And I think that person misheard me, or possibly just was talking shit about me to the mods. There's no audio evidence. I mean, I don't really care if people are going to be like that in the Discord. I mean, SFAN is a great, he just seems like such an amazing person, and he's so nice. I don't know. I think I don't know what happened. I hope he doesn't think badly of me, because he used to respond to me when I came into the chat, and now it's like I show up nowadays, and he doesn't really say anything. And maybe the mods told him so. I don't know. I don't know. I talked to Socrates, and I don't know what she she doesn't know the situation. I hope that she doesn't judge me negatively. I don't think she does. I talked to her on her stream the other day. I don't know. It's all kind of kind of childish if you really think about it. But honestly, it's just obviously if the thing that matters is how you move forward. And obviously I have enough faith in my own behavior that if I don't know, it's just Discord. It just sucks. Devin Nash kicked me from his Discord. It's and he banned me from his Twitch chat, and it's okay, I'm very outspoken, and I kind of create like a vibe that doesn't mesh well with a lot of people. I am autistic, and I don't want to just be stuck being that autistic person. Sorry, I'm trying to not have a panic attack. I mean, I'm better than I was 2 years ago. Like right now, I almost had a panic attack. But like I'm learning how to de-escalate. And I'm getting better and better. And in Asmongold Discord, I de-escalated. I end up coming back into the voice chat, like a minute later, and I was talking to the guy, and like we were both calm, and you know I was crying a little bit, but like you know we worked through it, and I was just told him a little bit about the issue I had. And, you know, that like, you know, this is why I can't have a job and all that kind of stuff. It's because like if somebody if somebody like grinds against my deeply held personal beliefs in a very antagonistic way, which can happen in a workplace situation, even if it's like especially when it comes to like executive dysfunction, where it's like they need you to do all your tasks on the job within a specific time frame, and that I can't do that because it took me a whole year, and I started doing laundry. I didn't do like I did like maybe 1 or 2 loads of laundry the whole year of 2021. And I know that might sound shocking, or like I might be making it up, but I am not. I didn't clean my room for the whole year, and that's why you saw all that trash there. Like I can't be relied upon to be able to do something in like a short period of time. Sometimes I can. Sometimes I'm really good at it. Sometimes I can do things like right away, and even better than some other people or most people. And then people think I'm making it up, or that I'm like, you know, just like being a piece of shit or something when I have a problem. But you know, now I'm diagnosed, and now all that stuff, I'm going to be hopefully like 99.998% sure I'm going to be getting SSI after the hearing I had. It's only been like 2 weeks. Well, it was literally 14 days ago. It was 2 weeks ago. It could take anywhere up to like, you know, 12 weeks, which I hope it doesn't. It's like, I need that money. But you know, now I'm going to be getting into a better place mentally. You know, having that peace of mind, knowing that I have that income, and that would give me a lot more focus. Sorry. That would give me a lot more focus and a lot more peace of mind, which ironically might make me even more productive. So it's like frustrating when people put pressure on you. Most people expect you to, like, you know, pick yourself up by your bootstraps or whatever. I don't think Devin Nash would. I don't think he would ever hire me for anything. But maybe I'm selling myself short. I literally don't know him. And if I judge myself based on, you know, he even said, like, if I ban you, it's not because I personally don't like you. It's because I have a certain vibe I want in my chat. And I understand. I'm kind of a ticking time bomb. However, I am working on myself, and I don't want to sell myself short. The future is yet to come, and if I make any kind of splashes, even a small puddle splash in the business world, I might be able to hopefully work with him one day, even if it's just to talk to him. That'd be nice. I don't know, maybe I can get some, if I get like mega success, like million subscriber kind of success, he'll be interested in me. You know, because this, honestly, like I said earlier, it's about money, okay? If you get into business, I mean, obviously it's good to get in business for the right reasons. Money is one thing, it's not the only thing, but no matter what you're doing, you're trying to get money. If you're not, you should probably not be getting into business. like honestly, like if you know, I don't know. I don't want to, like, at least me personally, I don't take anything business-wise as personal. For example, if I, let's say a hypothetical situation that I was like working with like another streamer, collabing like with XQC or something, and then he, like, you know, made like a transgender joke or something, and you know, I would probably laugh, honestly. You know, if anybody could make a joke about trans people, it'd be like these top creators that have a pretty good track record nowadays, because they stand the test of time. They have been, you know, canceled or whatever. But, you know, compared to some other people, like, they would have been banned, like, for like deplatformed, maybe not deplatformed. See, if they say something and get canceled, they don't double down on it, unless it's like something that's like not like related to like human rights or something. But like if it's related to something that's like marginalized demographics, I think usually what happens is they don't really fully understand the situation because they're not going through it themselves. And then they use that as a learning opportunity. And you know what? We should give people a chance to grow. So Twitters, please stop canceling people just because you see a 30-second clip of Asmon saying something. Like seriously, like give people a chance to grow and learn, because sometimes people say things, they have a cabbage brain take. And just because you have a cabbage brain take does not mean you have a cabbage brain. So I'm taking forever again, but it doesn't matter. I'm not rushing myself. I said this is pretty much an optics landmine for Microsoft, unless they, as I foresee, can use it to their advantage and use it as an opportunity to paint themselves as a company that can reliably handle HR situations as well as PR. Esfand already pointed out how quickly World of Warcraft got patched, although that is most likely a timing thing on their part. It was most definitely already prepared for launch. Even just seeing the Xbox team's team page, they declare pronouns, which is generally seen as more progressive, although I don't really think people think of it much of it anymore, as it should be, really. I can see a ton of good things coming from this. Microsoft is a reliable company, although I can only hope they don't start putting the Edge browser into every single launcher. I guess, the thing is like, I improvise what I talk about. It's really hard for me to write something down and then read it because it sounds like I'm reading it. But I mean, obviously, I do want to take acting classes at some point. When I'm in a good place, not just mentally, but also physically, like when I actually like move out and have my own environment and create my own life. Hopefully I can get that sometime, soon rather than later. But I feel like when I'm at a better place, I feel like I can actually do more work. Ironically, like, even though I can't work if it's something that I have to do, if that makes any sense. I actually work better when I have freedom, and anybody who would work with me would have to understand that. So, like, I know that Devin Nash personally has talked about how the way he runs his business is that he... Let me just do that. The way he runs his business is he basically just, as long as people are doing the work, he doesn't micromanage them. He did have like an employee who like played World of Warcraft for an entire month, and he had to fire that person. But like, honestly, I highly respect him. And if there's anybody I would want to have represent me, it would probably be him. But even then again, I don't necessarily know him, and any kind of business contract, any kind of business I would get into, I would have to know what I'm getting into. I'd have to read anything and understand it before I would get into it. I would have to understand the implications and the long-term repercussions. And I feel like anybody who's like, obviously I'm in a situation where anybody could come here and like rescue me. Like they would have more bargaining chips because I'm a nobody. If somebody like Devin Nash came to me and said, "Rebecca, I have a business deal for you. I will represent you, but I want 45% of every single dollar you earn, of every single, technically, like, assuming I would make like, a minimum amount each month, I would barter down because 20% is the standard. I understand though, like I'm a risk, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to devalue myself to allow someone to take 45 or 50%. 50-50 is like the worst. I mean, obviously it's not the worst, but like, because I mean, if you only earned like 20%, if it was the other way around, if he came up to me and said, "Rebecca, I can save your life. I can get you work. I can get you money, but I need to make 80% of the rest, 80% of everything you earn for the rest of your life." Like, okay, yeah, he would save me in the short term, but that would be pretty fucked up. I don't think he would do that. Even if it was 20% for the rest of my life, that's still like, you don't want to get into a contract that binding, okay? That's like selling your soul, okay? I don't know. It wouldn't, effectively, it wouldn't really bother me, honestly. If he came to me and said, Rebecca, I'm going to try to, make you more money, but I'm going to earn 25% of everything you make for the rest of your life or whatever. Nobody would do that. That's really unethical. I don't think he would ever do that. He would probably like get into a very specific contract for very specific expectations. And I don't think I think I don't think anything. I think everything is negotiable. Even someone like me, I'm kind of a PR nightmare. Okay, but then again, maybe I'm not as bad as I think. I happen to be transgender. That alone makes it kind of a PR nightmare in the gaming world, but not necessarily in the long run, because trans rights are becoming better, and trans rights does not just include legal rights. It includes social, like civil rights. The right to be respected in the workplace and stuff like that. And obviously, nothing's a guarantee. You can't control how people think. But what you can do is, at least, set a standard and say, hey, like if you discriminate against her, misgender her, call her by her dead name, whatever, you're going to be fired. And that's, there needs to be legal protections for that reason. It does it does put people in a situation where they feel like they're being having their thoughts controlled. But, obviously, what's more important, an entire demographic of people feeling safe, or a bunch of people who think their opinions outweigh other people's rights? Anyway, I would never get into a contract that said something like that. That was ridiculous. It would be more like, hey, and also he wouldn't help, he wouldn't, nobody, at least nobody in the industry that's noteworthy, is expected to help you grow as a content creator. That's something you have to do on your own. And hopefully you can get other people to help you, collaborate with others. But in the end of the day, it's a collaboration. They're not your employer. However, it would be kind of cool if some people were able to do that, but they would expect compensation. That would be one thing. But I would be very, very, very wary of any company that claims that they can help you become a successful content creator, because that's not really how it works. You could because public opinion is not really something you can control. And yeah, that's I could try to do my best to navigate this jungle, and maybe I'm gonna actually end up being very successful. Who knows? Maybe I'm gonna be too successful. Who knows? I don't think there is. I do think everything is negotiable. I don't think I'm unemployable. However, I can't be relied upon for employment for a basic income. To pay the basic necessities of life, and that's why I need. But I don't think it's impossible for me in the future, especially in things that I'm very, very practiced with. Such as streaming. The problem is not really whether I can do it or not. The problem is that it's like I can do it, but because it's a low effort thing. It there's so many people that also want to do it, and also you can't really control your public perception. And I don't know. I only hope that I can do some kind of. It's looking good. I have an upward projection. Looking at my for example, looking at my OnlyFans statistics, it's been going on an upward trend since and it's only 2 months in. Okay, and I have as far as content creation goes, I'm not limiting myself to a 5-year plan or anything, but usually, the thing is a 5-year plan doesn't mean you end at the 5 years. It means that you have a 5-year plan before you reassess and change anything. So it's and obviously I'm changing things constant. constantly. But oh, what happened? Oh, what? Okay. For a second, I thought my headphones broke. I don't know. It's kind of like that. But you know what I'm saying? Like, for someone in my situation, if Devin Nash showed up to my door, which would be a very big red flag, I don't think he would ever do that. He'd probably have a representative, or maybe even himself, contact me, like on Discord or something, or even contact me publicly, like through Twitter, and then we would go from there. But like, I would be very, very, very suspicious if like somebody showed up at my house on like that would be like, I'm gonna like call the police. I wouldn't call the police on Devin, but I don't think he would do that. There's channels that you go through. There's a path that you go through. That's just standard business practice. You don't just do things. One of the reasons why I canceled a collab opportunity, I didn't even realize till afterwards this guy was actually a troll. He was a viewer named Hipstar, and we played chess once on stream. And then he said, "Hey, do you want to be on my show?" And I'm like, "Okay." I didn't even watch it. I didn't even look him up. I was like, okay, I guess I'm going to do a Discord call, whatever. We'll see how it goes. I can always just, hang up. I told him the night, like the day up, because he didn't tell me. Oh, God, is my headphones breaking? Oh, God, my headphones are breaking. Or are they? Test. Okay, that's fine, I think. Oh, no, I have another one of these cables, so, yeah, I think it's the cable. I don't think it's the headphones, hopefully. What was I talking about?
Address every concern within it and kind of like expand on the decision making.
Just a second. I need to fix something. Like, I really am being, I mean, I don't know, this shirt isn't too risky, but it's just it's kind of, I don't think you can see anything in this shirt. It's one of those things where I just don't want to have a nip slip, that's why I'm wearing my shawl. Okay, my headphones, oh God, okay. Yeah, I think it's the cable. I think I pinched it too many times. It's really frustrating. Oh, God. Or is it... Hopefully it's not the microphone. Jeez. Test. Okay, do I have another one of these cables? Oh, yes, I do. Okay. Let's try it. Hopefully it's just the cable and not the headphones. These are only $15 headphones. They're very good headphones for the price, honestly. But I think it's so cheap that you just use them till they break and then you get a new one. Test. Okay, yeah, that's work. I think it was the cable. Okay, it's good to have backups though. Every time I buy one, it comes with one. It's like, yeah. So there's always obviously somebody in my situation where I'm completely broke in poverty, somebody, there's somebody who was, very nefarious could take advantage of me and say hey, I'm going to if I would be very very skeptical of somebody who claimed that they could help me grow as a content creator. Usually you grow first and then you do business, which is what I'm trying to do. Like I said, I have a very positive trajectory. It's just going up and up and up, and it's only been 2 months, and I still have 3 years to go in my 5-year plan. Yeah, there's a lot of good things happening, and it's going to get better and better, especially as I get into my mental health gets settled down. Most of it is just I'm coping. And I'm doing pretty well. Most people, most people in my situation going through what I'm going through would have given up in some way already, including killing themselves. Transgender people have it rough to begin with, but I'm also autistic. In a way, you know, because a lot of people don't understand that being autistic in and of itself, isn't what makes you disabled. Because some people are able to get lucky and they kind of wriggle their way around in society. They might have some struggles, but they're able to get employment and they're able to like take care of themselves. And then usually a lot of people who criticize me or anybody else who's autistic, saying like, "Oh, you're just, you know, making excuses." Plenty of people are autistic and making income and all that. And it's like, it's frustrating because like, it's not really the autism that causes the issues. It's the PTSD / agoraphobia, which agoraphobia is not what people think it is. Agoraphobia is the fear of putting yourself into situations that have given you panic attacks. Agoraphobia. Agoraphobia. Extreme or irrational fear of entering open or crowded places, of leaving one's homes, or of being in places from which escape is difficult. And so, like, you know, that's pretty much it. Fear in place of situations that might cause panic, helplessness, or embarrassment. So the workplace, this is why I can't have a job. I'm actually diagnosed with agoraphobia, and I have extreme PTSD. It's related to PTSD. I actually enjoy going outside, but it's really difficult for me to get myself to go outside. So it's like, it's really difficult I haven't left for the grocery store in like several months, or at least a month. I need to go to the grocery store. I need to get food. I mean, there is food in the house. My dad gets food, but I've just been eating like peanut butter sandwiches because my dad just gets like bread and eggs. And like, he doesn't really get healthy food. I do get healthy food delivered to me, but it's not enough for the whole week. It's just like a meal, like 4 days a week. Like, I have 4 meals, and you know, they give me like some goat milk, which only lasts like a day, really, a day or two. But yeah, so people don't quite understand that it's not necessarily being autistic, it's the side effects of being autistic, which is different for every person. And I have very specific issues with autism as well, not just the PTSD is from being autistic and in so many situations where I was like this. Because like when I went to school, I was bullied for being very, very different. I was also bullied by the teachers. I was punished instead of helped. They tried to help me, but they treated me like I was a criminal. They treated me like they just wanted to fix my behavior. And which is why, like, you know, it's really hard for me. And I've been in so many situations where I didn't mesh well with people, even people I really liked, and I really want to be social. I don't want to like just hide in my house. I hate the fact that I have agoraphobia. I really hate it. I'm really a social creature. I'm very outgoing. You could say, because people don't understand. What's the word? Introvert versus agoraphobia. This is actually what I want to talk about. Agoraphobia is the same introversion, and it's not. One can be highly introverted without any anxiety or social phobia. Agoraphobia is not a personality trait. It is a type of anxiety disorder. Introversion and agoraphobia can result in similar avoidance of crowds, but the difference lies in the internal experience, and that's what people don't quite understand about autism. This could be another video too. But I'm actually an extrovert. With agoraphobia. Extroversion has been negatively associated with agoraphobia, but not panic disorder. Anxiety sensitivity, or belief that symptoms or anxieties are dangerous, predicts panic disorder and agoraphobia without panic attacks. Dependent and avoidant personality traits can... What? Are there any celebrities with agoraphobia? People with agoraphobia lie? What the fuck? Most research presently made excuses to avoid places in a situation where they fear having a panic attack. Also, people lied to protect their privacy and to avoid the social stigma and discrimination associated with mental illness. What the fuck? Yeah. Yeah, it's like some people are like, you know, I'm just straight up with people. I'm like, I can't go. I can't do it, even if I want to. I try to force myself, and this is why, you know, I've been getting a lot stronger. It still hurts, but I've been forcing myself to not isolate. I've been forcing myself to go into Discord voice chats. extrovert. So I'm actually an extrovert, outgoing, overtly expressive person. Relating to, denoting, or typical. Yeah. So it's like I'm an outgoing person. I want to be social. I want to like be the center of attention. A person whose personality is characterized by extroversion, a typically gregarious and unreserved person who enjoys and seeks out social interaction. I would not be streaming well, people say people don't understand introversion, extroversion. Like, you're an introvert if you are afraid to put your face on camera. But I mean, obviously, it still doesn't mean that you can't do it, because people who are introverted can have careers that are very public. But it's about the internal experience, and a lot of people don't understand this about autism as well. Is that autism is not a personality trait? Autism versus versus introvert. The majority of people with autism can be described as introverts, as defined by Myers-Briggs. In other words, the majority of people on the spectrum prefer to interact in smaller groups and to have a good deal of alone time. Okay, so autism is not being socially awkward. It's not awkwardness. Autistic people are often excellent at socializing with each other, where they can avoid eye contact, avoid small talk, share information, and rely on their own natural communication preferences. And obviously, people who are very considerate, and people who are very people who have a lot of empathy and who understand 10 things autism isn't. Autism is not being socially awkward. Autism is not avoiding eye contact. Autism is not lacking empathy. In fact, I have extreme empathy. It's actually the opposite for some people like me. Like, I have extreme empathy to the fact that to the point where sometimes I can't even function because I'm thinking about somebody that has across the world. And because I think about especially for example, with trans people, I have extreme empathy to the point of to a fault. Because it hurts me that I feel so powerless to change how things are for the majority of trans people in the world, and it's like it freezes me. Autistic people do not lack imagination. Autism is not black and white thinking. Autism is not a learning difficulty. Autistic people are not incapable of lying. Autistic people are not impolite. Autistic people are not all good at math. Autistic people are not incapable of growing up. Okay, so it's this is kind of an interesting article. I kind of want to go through it. We're really sidetracked, and that's not ADHD. Okay, do you see myths about ADHD? Just because I'm not sidetracked, I'm just very focused on a different thing. So here's some 8 common myths about ADHD. ADHD. Here's a myth: ADHD isn't a real medical. I'm gonna inverse it just because I don't like negative thing. So ADHD is a real medical condition. People with ADHD, myth number 2, people with ADHD just need to try harder. They do the same thing with autistic people. So this applies to autistic people too. Myth number 3, people with ADHD can't even ever focus. Myth number 4, all kids with ADHD are hyperactive. Myth number 5, only boys have ADHD. Myth number 6, ADHD is a learning disability. Myth number 7, kids with ADHD will outgrow it. Myth number 8, ADHD is a result of bad parenting. I'm so tired of people who just assume that these things are the case. ADHD versus autism. Is it ADHD or autism? How are they different? Keep an eye on how you're... Okay, this is about children. Okay. Deficits in social communication and social interaction. Repetitive behaviors. Adult autism assessment. Okay. This is just the method. But the thing is taking they do have online self-tests, and I think a lot of people rely too much on doing online tests for ADHD or autism. You really need a formal diagnosis. You can't self-diagnose. But what you can do is you can say, hey, this is a starting point. like you take a test and say, hey, a lot of these things line up with me, but I'm not sure, because you can't be sure. A lot of people think that behavior is what determines autism or ADHD. It's not behavior, it's internal. So are you always the first one to notice when a friend has gotten a haircut or make a small change in their appearance? Are you always bumping into things or tripping on over your own feet? Do your family member, these are weird questions. This is a terrible test. Do your family members lovingly refer to you as an eccentric person? This is a terrible test. Do you talk to friends at a party the same way you would to coworkers in the office? See, I'm the opposite. I talk to people I just met. I talk to people I just met as if I'm their best friend, which is kind of a problem. But, sometimes it can be seen as outgoing, and that, some people actually really, it's refreshing to some people, because I can just take, until proven otherwise. Like, as soon as I learn that somebody is I basically treat people with I give people the benefit of the doubt. I don't, it's like innocent until proven guilty, not guilty till proven innocent. I basically treat people like they're my best friend. I listen to people. I'm empathetic with people. I allow myself to feel somebody's beautiful energy. If they give me bad vibes, if they treat me wrongly, then I change. I don't start off with wariness. I obviously keep myself safe. Like I said, somebody like Devin Nash, or somebody who is nefarious, could potentially come to me and use that trust to take advantage of me. However, because of a lifetime of social interaction that has gone negatively, I do have extreme, not paranoia, but I have I'm extremely careful about getting into situations that I can't back out of. So that usually, I do try to practice it, because I can't just avoid it. I'll never get better. Yeah, this is a terrible test. If you took this test, this is not how you know you're autistic. Is your memory like a steel trap, even the facts they don't fully understand? Maybe this is more ADHD. Even when you're in a quiet place, like the library, do you find yourself making involuntary... This is not a good test. Sorry, attitude. You're... Unless this is for ADHD. Okay, this is a terrible test. I give this a thumbs down. I give this test a thumbs down. If people are using this test to find out whether they're autistic or not, they're going to be it's stupid. Do you people say that you speak like a robot? This is terrible. Obviously it's multifaceted. So if you answer maybe they use the test do you have trouble understanding what people mean when they say they feel embarrassed for someone else? It can be the total opposite. If you it's a spectrum. Do you enjoy inventing your own words and expressions that might seem quirky? These are all personality questions, and autism is not about personality. It's about internalized feelings. This is completely wrong. Do you prefer to play individual games and sports like golf, where everyone works for themselves, instead of team sports and games where everyone works? See, these are all. The thing is, the personality, the external things that happen that people see as autism are a result of internal struggles. So the reason why people the reason is not because of the action. The action is because many people who are autistic have had negative experiences, because of internal trauma from playing in team sports. And so they we prefer to have, at least I do. I prefer to have generally autistic people prefer to be in control of the situation, so that they know what to expect. However, nobody should be expected to force themselves. However, I want to get stronger, and I want to rewrite the narrative for myself, because I have a whole lifetime of trauma from it, and I want to recreate the narrative. I want to rewrite it. I want to make myself stronger internally, which is possible, but it takes a lot of work, and nobody should be forced to do it. I'm doing it on my own accord. I'm disabled, whether I can do something or not. Because even if I could have the appearance of complete success, even if I was a multimillionaire right now, there's still an internal battle that has nothing to do with money. that has nothing to do with external like factors, has nothing to do with how I socialize. I could be a perfect social butterfly, which I actually, according to other people, I am. But what people don't understand, and what my friends are starting to understand over the past couple of years, what my friends respect, I believe, is that there's an internal struggle, regardless of how I act externally. So I think these are terrible questions. I think it's a good starting point, though. But a lot of these things won't apply to everyone on the spectrum. Have you always wanted a best friend but never found one? Okay, so I feel that way. I do have a best friend, actually. When you're having a conversation, hey Rebecca, you should react to Dalton Glover's video made of you. Somebody made a video of me. Okay, I need to screen it. Just a second. I need to screen it. Oh, he's with frickin' Nick Fuentes. Yeah, we're not watching this. Let's see. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to. Yeah, I'm like extremely aware of anything with Nick Fuentes, honestly. Yeah, fucking racist ass people. What the fuck happened to my restream chat? God. Right, I just hate freaking like alt-right people, honestly. Oh, here it is.
Well, I didn't join the Proud Boys either. Which really
2 hours.
Good night. I'm sorry to say. I hope you got better on that. And Dvorsky, I didn't like sometimes. It's just how chat, I'm going hilarious. Ha ha ha. The whole chat riled up against. Yeah, no shit, I guess. You can have a full Nick experience.
Yeah, Jesus Christ, is like there's a freaking alt-right. I'm not platforming these people, honestly. I'll probably get banned. What the fuck? Yeah, exactly. I cannot play this on stream. These guys are, and I don't want to. I'm actually like, I can't even, like, these people are using, like freaking slurs and shit. I can't, they call it, like, content check, box life, trans weird creep, like, what the fuck?
So I sent you two little.
I'm looking through the VOD. This person, I think I got debated. Oh, the second video with the title? I don't see a second video. It must have gotten taken down. Okay, I see.
You know what? You can react to this on stream. I don't know, dude.
Yeah, this one he seems like talking about like Hollywood and shit. I don't know. Is it on Cozy TV? Like, the only reason I'm checking is because I just like... Oh, here we go. Yeah. I'm not gonna watch it on stream, but I'm gonna like look through it really quick. Cause it's like this guy says like this guy says slurs and shit. Like this guy's saying slurs. Oops. Yeah, I'm just gonna watch it like super fast. Like I'm gonna watch it like 2 times speed. Yeah, this platform, honestly, they call themselves a free speech. It's like one of those alt-right platforms. They're like some there's some like cozy.tv. They're a freaking like alt-right platform. They keep talking about like freedom of speech and shit, and it's like whatever. Yeah, the person, yeah, misgendering me. This is bullshit. Yeah, as much as you know, obviously I have, you know, I do have interest because it's about me, but like fuck, I can't. The thing is being a trans person, there's always going to be some alt-right people fucking talking about me. There's only so much I can handle, but you know, I'll take it. You know, ego, whatever. But I'm not playing this on stream. Like, why the fuck are people just like basing my life on okay, I'm not even fucking watching this. Like, fuck it. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, this is fucking stupid. They use the same fucking talking points. I'm probably gonna watch it later. I just don't want to watch it right now. We have stuff to do. I haven't even reacted to the video I was gonna react to. But yeah, let's get back to that. Yeah, so it's like It's just so fucking stupid how many people think that, you know, taking an online test, which the one I was just looking at was extremely freaking stupid. Autism or ADHD is not about behavior. The behavior is a result of the internalized experiences of the individual. So it's like people don't understand that. They think that like autism is like being like you know, like Rain Man, or that autism is like or that ADHD is like being hyperactive, and or like being like scatterbrained. Like being scatterbrained, anybody can be scatterbrained. Those are personality traits, or you know, those are quirks. Being quirky, having certain traits, whatever, that's not what makes you autistic. That's not what makes you have ADHD. It's a very internal experience that creates extreme discomfort and leads to, and may, in my case, lead to situations where you have extreme negative consequences for that. Because I've had that my whole life. And sadly, when I was in elementary school, they would just punish me and try to correct my behavior. They never tried to help my internal struggle. And, you know, that was the 90s. Things have changed since then. I can't go back in time. I can only take care of myself now. And I'm getting a lot better than I was 2 years ago. But what's ridiculous, the only thing I'm really going to say about the whole, like, people who are, like, obsessed with the box life stuff, like, you saw one meltdown, like, 2 years ago, and you just gonna, and it's like like you have no context besides a VOD that I deleted that some alt-right person made a video out of. Okay, like I don't know why see, this is the problem with the people on the right, you know, conservatives, people on the alt-right particularly, is they use the same exact talking points and they never grow. They don't seem to change. They just keep pounding in the same exact talking points over and over because they, you know, obviously it works for their, you know, like stupid ass crowd of people, where they just like hearing, like they basically like circle jerking, you know? They just like keep jerking off over the same exact talking points, thinking that they're better. And it's like, okay, thinking that they're better than other people because of like an autistic woman, an autistic trans woman's meltdown with an alcoholic dad who was being extremely like, who was being like extremely rude. And I was problematic as well, but I'm autistic and I have like panic attacks, which I'm like only just now starting to overcome through like over 2 years of therapy at this point. Yeah, anyway, let's get back to World of Warcraft. I mean, let's get back to let's get back to business, okay? Let's get back to business, like literally. Let's get back to Blizzard, okay? Oh, okay. Just a second. I need to heat up my coffee. It got cold. Now, you know what would be interesting though is if somebody like Destiny found that video. If somebody like Destiny found that video, I think I might get some more I think I might get some more Twitter views. Okay. So yeah, if somebody could get that video that you linked to Destiny, to, like maybe. And of course, he'd probably have to edit out the slurs, because it's a landmine. Like anything that's like, obviously, okay. In order to have discourse, we need to understand where people are coming from. So people who are on the alt-right, or just, conservatives in general, we can't just dismiss them, because then they're going to keep thinking they're right. They're going to keep thinking that we're just like canceling them or whatever. They're going to keep doubling down on that. And until we can actually like try to understand them, we can't, you have to understand your enemy. In fact, you have to understand your enemy more than your allies, because your allies you already understand, right? Like we're just circle jerking each other at this point. Like if you like the people on the left, they pretty much just like say, oh yeah, communism. Oh yeah, all cops are bastards. Oh yeah, they just basically just, I know Black Lives Matter is super important. But like a lot of people on the left, all they seem to care about is just like saying like, hey, like preaching to the choir, let's oh yeah, that person's really bad. It's like, okay, like what is that gonna do? Okay, and what I like about people like Destiny or Vosh or Hassan is that they look at the whole picture and they help us try to understand people who oppose us. Because if we don't understand them, we can't overcome them. We can't bring them to logic and reason. We can't bring them to compassion and empathy. In order to bring people to empathy, they need to. We need to understand them, and so it's like. So yeah, if Destiny could review that video, it might help me out. I don't know. My hair is like way too pulled back. I don't like it. Just fix it really quick, okay? Ah! What is going on? Okay. You know what's funny is I almost think that maybe they don't think that they're misgendering me. Maybe they think I'm trans mask. Or maybe not. Most likely they're just misgendering me because they're transphobic and they think that trans people aren't the gender we know we are. Like, I'm sorry. When people say you will never be a real woman, I am a real woman, bitch. Anyway, let's get back to people with, basic human dignity.
Kind of has coined, and it's obvious.
Yeah, okay, so he's talking about metaverse. Facebook completely they started the trend. They're making the idea of the metaverse like it's now like ubiquitous. Facebook just like completely like they coined it and they also licensed it. So it's like they're double. They freaking like double like claimed it. Not only did they coin it, they own the rights to it. Facebook is gonna own the universe.
Use that particular phrase that Facebook kind of has coined, and it's obviously catching on. The metaverse is like this place where people believe that.
So that will be a future video. I feel like eventually Devin will cover. I don't think there's enough information right now, and he tends to do a lot of research from what I've noticed. And there's just not enough. It's too early. It's too much speculation at this point with metaverse. However, I do think that Meta, Mark Zuckerberg and Meta's vision for a world where we connect reality with our digital footprint or whatever. Like we connect the real and the virtual, and also augmented, which is like a place in between. I really do think that is our future, and I don't think people are like kind of silly because they think of all the gimmicky stuff. I don't think it's going to be so much like that. I think it's just the next step. It's the next logical step where we have the Internet of Things, which has been trying to be pushed for a while, which is where we integrate the internet and technology into every aspect of our lives. Now, it does have a problem where if we rely on it too much, that if there's anything like an EMP shockwave or anything like that, everything's kind of useless. If the internet goes out, like with like games like Diablo 3, like you can't play it unless you're connected to the internet. And that was a huge deal breaker for me when it came out, because I only had like, like dial up at the time or something like that. Like, if I had to play online only, it's like I can't always connect to the internet, because somebody was expecting a phone call or whatever. So it was kind of frustrating that, like, everything has to be in the cloud. But then if we change our infrastructure so that that's ubiquitous, if it's actually like, if there's actually like, like government agencies that like give everybody access to free internet or something. And obviously government doesn't do that at the moment. But like, I guess like Elon Musk, like trying to do that or whatever.
Everyone is going to kind of interact and play together and share together on these platforms. So
obviously that's their idea. It doesn't mean everybody will. I think mainly what it is that it's kind of creating a framework for what I just talked about, so that like, I mean, I feel like as soon as like we like in the next couple of years, I feel like Devin would probably make as soon as we know a lot more about like what the metaverse really would be, as soon as things start to roll out. I think that, I think there's too much speculation at this point, so I don't expect a video to come out from Devin at the moment, for like a while, like at least a year, but we'll see.
So Microsoft will acquire Blizzard for $95 a share in all cash transaction valued at $68.7 billion. So that's pretty crazy, right? If you look at the current price of ATVI, it closed, I think, today at $82.
That's a huge increase, huh?
So you might say, well, why is it that? Yeah,
that scales so much. Like, so it's like, if that's 82.31. If you make 100 million on that, like if you have $100 million worth of stocks, like if you buy, I don't know, it's just like, it's crazy. You're not writing off the other side. You should have a conversation, a debate with Dalton. No, I don't talk to people who, I don't talk to people who just misgender people and just say like homophobic slurs. It's not productive. I don't do debates. I'm not Destiny. Destiny could do that. Vosh could do that. That's their thing. I don't do that shit. I mean, maybe one day. It's just like, come on, like, I would have to have assurances that like they're not going to use slurs or misgender me. That's like the only. I mean, obviously, I don't mind like debating with people or whatever. It's just like if they use racial slur, if they use like slurs, I'm not going to do it. I don't know. I don't want that kind of publicity from those kind of people. Is basically what I'm saying. I don't want to do it. I already know. I already know it's not conducive to me like making my progress. I've moved on already. I've moved on from box life. My dad has moved on. I love my dad very much. We do like, bump heads or whatever. But like we live in close quarters. That's going to happen no matter who you're living with. But also he's my dad and he loves me and he's changed a lot over the years. He still has a drinking problem, but I'm trying to be more kind. Because my tendency is to go into panic attack, and then I start going in fight or flight, and I end up being fight, and then it just escalates. Because my dad has issues too, where he just doubles down and he digs his heels, because he thinks that that everything is about whether or not you're calm, and like it's like some people, if you have a panic attack, if you start escalating, they escalate further, because they can't even talk to you, because they're like dismissing you already. They're like, oh well, you're clearly mentally insane, and it's like, well, no, I'm not insane. Like I'm just like in trauma. I don't know why people think that trauma and the response to trauma is mentally insane. And even then, we should have compassion for people who are criminally or mentally insane. Like, and even then, like, insane is usually only used for like criminal legal terms. Like they plead insanity, which is like, like unless you're trying to save, like anybody who's trying to plead insanity, I mean, obviously, if they're truly insane, like, they wouldn't be able to even like function like in the courtroom or whatever. A lawyer would speak for them or whatever. And obviously some people, there are a lot of shades, but usually people only plead insanity if they're trying to avoid a death penalty, because the conditions, and this is kind of fucked up in general, I do think that prison reform is definitely necessary. Oh, he did? Well, like I said, I'm going to have to screen it. I can't watch it on stream because I saw another video. He said the FA slur, and I don't want that on my stream. It's gonna get me banned. There's a reason why he's not on Twitch. He's on cozy.tv. They're a freaking quote unquote free speech platform. Like, dude, like whatever. Like the only people who watch that shit are your circle jerking with your like. He's only gonna ever have 500 viewers. Do you get that? Like that doesn't scale because he's gonna get banned any reasonable platform because it's not about because nobody's taking away your free speech. Like nobody is taking away your free speech. Because even if you get banned from Twitter, you could still go outside, or you could still open your window and like say something. Like obviously there's different rules. Like if you start screaming out your window, you might get kicked out of your apartment. Okay, that's not freedom of speech. That's like, hey, like you're breaking our rules. Okay, so it's kind of ridiculous when people like come down on YouTube or Twitter and say, "Oh, you're suppressing freedom of speech." And it's like, no, they're not. They have a specific platform, and they don't want to allow hateful bigotry on their platform because it does have a negative impact on society. And it's not that we're trying to shut down people just for expressing their opinions. It's that their opinions are like already like objectively false by many years of information and research, and also it's just hateful and not conducive to it does not belong in political debate. Anyway,
Activision
yeah, it's a pretty bad take, but I'm not a political debater, so
isn't not.
No, that free speech is about not being punished not being punished by the government for saying for criticizing the government or for talking about your opinions. But if you start using racial slurs or homophobic slurs or transphobic slurs, that's generally seen as hate speech, which is against the law. So
95.
And, people say, oh, should it be against the law? And it's like, yeah, because it harms people. And if you take away people's right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, then you're going against the First Amendment of the Constitution. Because a lot of the time, a lot of these people end up not being able to live a healthy life because they get discriminated against because they feel constantly harassed at the workplace or anywhere else. And then they end up killing themselves sometimes, a lot of the time. And that is direct harm. And it's not because they need to get thicker skin. It's because people are causing direct harm. Well, the thing is, if the KKK started saying hate speech, obviously the marches, like, it is violence because what the KKK stands for is hate and just harming people and like actually doing that. So it's like by allowing them to publicly march, that's debatable whether or not we should allow that. There is a slippery slope. If they started shouting out hate speech, that's a different thing. But them just marching, they're not technically breaking the law. However, what they stand for is like not conducive towards protecting people's rights. They want to take away people's rights. They do say hate speech. Yeah, I mean, well, that's what I'm saying. Is like I don't think it's it's kind of a weird line. You don't think the government should involve itself in speech or religion? I think it should. I definitely think it should. Hate speech isn't against the law. I mean, it is if you rally people to commit crimes. Yeah, I mean, on paper, like the thing is so much. There's so much context. There's so much nuance. if you're going around saying that you want that gay people shouldn't have rights and that you should harass gay people just for existing, or that gay people are sinners and that you need to force them to not be gay and harass them and beat them up and kill them, then that's hate speech. If you rally people together to march and destroy property and stuff like that, that's action that's being taken as a direct result of your speech. Like Trump having people march down on the Capitol on January 6, 2021, and then waiting 2 hours before telling them to stop. Do you think we should roll back to civil unions instead of trying to change the definition of marriage? I think marriage. There's different forms of marriage. There's legal. I do think there should be a difference between legal marriage and religious marriage. So if you're Christian and you want to get married at a Christian church or a Catholic church or any kind of church, I feel like that should be separate from that's something that's a part of your faith. That's not as a part of your religion. I don't think that religion has any place in our government, because our government right now, there's a lot of people who are pushing religious ideas that are harmful to people, such as people who are opposed to abortion, people who are opposed to, people of the same gender getting married. Are we talking about Nick Fuentes? Yeah, fuck that guy. That guy needs to...
$5. Microsoft.
Yeah, anyway, we're talking about Activision Blizzard here being acquired by Microsoft.
Microsoft is buying the shares for $95. So that means that Microsoft feasibly believes that they can bring the share price to at least $95, right?
Yeah, so I see how it offends Christians. But the thing is maybe they should get a thicker skin, Maybe their definition, maybe they should consider their marriage as a religious thing instead of as a government thing. Because I don't think our government, think about it this way. If the government started saying that you can't go to church anymore, that would be an overextension of the government, don't you think? So if the government says that you can't have an abortion because it's against the Christian faith, that's a problem too. So if the government started telling you how to be a Christian, they're not telling you how to be a Christian, they're telling you not to hurt people. Do you see the difference? The government says that, if you discriminate against somebody because they're gay or because they're trans, then that is hate speech, and that is not allowed by the law. But if they started telling you, they're not telling you that you can't think these things. I don't know why so many people on the internet just think that Twitter is the government. No, nobody is telling you not to think these things or not to believe these things. I think they're shit beliefs, but they have no place in our government. If you believe that, fine. But if you think that that belief should be enforced by the government, they could do that to you too. They could do that to Christians. They could say, "Hey, Christians, you're not allowed to have communion or whatever. You're not allowed to." But there's a difference between having a religion and allowing that religion to. Because obviously if you're saying hateful things, if you think that gay people are wrong, if you think that trans people are wrong, if you think, these are different things. It's not about your religion. It's about, hey, that's an outdated belief. It's harmful to people. And also a lot of Christian churches are adapting to the times. Have you seriously engaged with Christian ethics and philosophy? I studied the Bible once in a church. I was actually, for a while, I was trying to convert myself because I thought that I wasn't trans. And I was actually trying to force myself to be a man. And I went to church. I was homeless, but I went into a program at a church where I was basically trying to pray the gay away, but not really. They didn't double down on that. But I basically got really bad. He just got subpoenaed. Well, that's good. Nick Fuentes is a fucking piece of shit. And he continually, and people like him, his ilk, continually just says stupid shit takes and slurs, and it has no place in discourse. We need decorum. We need empathy, and there's no empathy in the alt-right. They just say my way or the highway. And yeah, some people on the left are like that too. I disagree with both of them. I think we should have decorum, and that comes from both sides. It means nonviolence. It means listening to people. But it doesn't mean listening to people that you know have bad faith. You know, like, I don't know. It wasn't conversion therapy. I was just doing my own like internal like battle. It's really fucked up. I really wish people would just let people live their lives. I'm not harming anyone by being transgender. I'm not, you know, I'm actually not even harming myself. I'm doing the opposite. My life has gone up and up and up. The way I feel internally has improved drastically since my whole life. I'm 34 years old now. You know, like I started transitioning like towards the end of 2019. By definition, that's protected speech. Yeah, exactly. Like your ability to go to church, it's protected speech. It's not protected speech. It's protected in public. But you're going to be seen as an antagonistic person. And as soon as you start harming people, and harming people just doesn't mean just physically. If you're calling people slurs, that is assault. It's verbal assault. Okay? Do you understand the difference? Like, yeah, you're not going to get punished by the government for your speech, but you're going to get punished by the government for the effect of your speech. Do you see the difference? Like, you can shout out your window your political beliefs. The police aren't going to come over and arrest you for saying it. You're going to get like evicted or arrested for disturbing the peace. Do you see the difference? So it's like so many people get locked into this idea of, oh, Twitter banned me because they hate freedom of speech. And it's no, Twitter is a private business, and they believe personally, just as many Christian people hold their beliefs, many people also hold beliefs that maybe, racism and homophobia and transphobia and misogyny and has no place in society. And that's their belief. That is the core belief of people like Twitter, as a company. And they are a private business. And you agree to their terms of service when you use the website. Yeah, we can't control what other people think. That's totally true. Yeah, some people laugh at it. I think they're shooting themselves in the foot. They do not have any place in society, and like as Ben Shapiro likes to say, because
we live in a marketplace of ideas.
Okay, well, their ideas are shit. And there's a reason why people like that person only has like 500 viewers, because he's only going to ever have like those 500 viewers. You get what I'm saying? Like most people, like, it has no place in modern discourse. It's outdated. It's completely ineffective as well. And it's rooted in ignorance, because it doesn't give people the chance, because they say, oh, well, if we should be progressive and accept people, how come you don't accept my beliefs? If you accept intolerance, your rights will be taken away. And intolerance doesn't mean tolerating intolerance. Tolerance means you are allowed to be gay. You are allowed to be trans. You are allowed to be black, which is not something that none of these things are things you can control,
Well, in the marketplace of ideas, in a society where many people see that transgender people, a man could be a woman and a woman could be a man,
he says that same fucking talking point over and over and over. There's absolutely no growth. There's no real discussion. It's just a bunch of circle jerking. And that's why they're only going to have the same circle of people. They're never going to really affect anybody who has any kind of like reasonable empathy or reasonable like discourse. So they're going to lose. Okay, it's not even about like whether it's right or wrong at this point, although it's wrong. You should not be like verbally assaulting people and just like dehumanizing people. I don't dehumanize, Ben Shapiro, if he came out as trans and said, hey, I was wrong, I fucked up, I have a lot to pay, I don't expect you to forgive me, but I am going to start hormone therapy and go by this name and these pronouns. If he did that, or they did that, or she did that, whatever, I would respect that. Doesn't mean I'm going to forgive that person. But, why should I, I want that person to be happy. I don't want that person to be like miserable and spreading like harmful information. You know, like I want people to improve. I want to meet people in the halfway. However, I'm not going to subject to myself, especially not my audience, without screening it. Somebody who I've already heard just like browsing through the person's clips, person's video, saying racial slurs and just right off the bat misgendering me. Okay, so I'm going to watch it. Okay, I'm not going to I don't close myself off to thought. There's a difference between being closed-minded and being unwilling to platform abusive language and abusive thought. I don't know. I just said it right now. I mean, if he wants to listen to it, clip this and give it to him. Jeez. I'm not. I don't really have any interest in going on people who are on alt-right platforms. I do not. I'm sorry. It's just like, I do not feel safe. I don't have the kind of public backing. I don't want to be dogpiled. I'm so sick and tired of the only people who really know I exist are mostly racist people and, alt-right conservatives who hate trans people, who are like, constantly using, hateful language and misgendering people, and stuff like that. They have to grow up. Just grow the fuck up. Facts don't care about your feelings. And there's a fact. Let's see. Who definition of gender? They keep using the same talking points that are already wrong. Because the definition of gender is, let's see. Gender refers to the characteristics of women, men, girls, and boys that are socially constructed. This includes norms, behaviors, and roles associated with being a woman, man, and girl, boy, as well as relationships with each other. As a social construct, gender varies from society to society and can change over time. Like, right off the bat, it has nothing to do with what you were assigned at birth. It has nothing to do with how you... It includes norms, behaviors, and roles. It's not just that, though. Gender is hierarchical and produces inequalities that intersect with other social and economic inequalities. Gender-based discrimination intersects with other factors of discrimination, such as ethnicity, socioeconomic status, disability, age, geographic location, gender identity, and sexual orientation, among others. This is referred to as intersectionality. Just like interfaith, a lot of churches are starting to accept that we need to be able to connect to all the other faiths. It's called interfaith. Just because you're Christian doesn't mean you should hate Muslims. That's not Christian at all. The Christian faith, what did Jesus stand for? Love God and love others. It's that simple. Love God and love others. This is something else. That's like some anime or something. Oh, this is JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. JoJo may have literally been Jesus. The Beatitudes are sayings attributed to Jesus, in particular 8 blessings recounted by Jesus in the Sermon on the Mount in the Gospel of Matthew. Okay, so what are the Beatitudes? Blessed are the poor in spirit. Blessed are those who mourn. Blessed are the meek. Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness. LGBTQ and Black lives. Blessed are the merciful. People who don't punish people just for the sake of punishing people. Blessed are the pure in heart. People who just see good in people and don't, judge people and stuff. Blessed are the peacemakers. Blessed are those who are persecuted because of righteousness. Gay people, poor people, sex workers, the list goes on. Blessed are when people insult you, persecute who you, or falsely say all kinds of evil against you because of me. What? Blessed are you when people insult you, persecute you, and falsely say all kinds of evil things against you because of me. So like this was literally because of the story of Jesus. People opposed Jesus. Jesus was a protester. He would have supported Black Lives Matter. In fact, like, you know, he was brown. He was most likely brown, like in the area where he lived, was born, and there was like brown and black people around there. You know, historically, you know, like that, like he would have been a protester though. Like he protested the Romans because the Romans just sought imperial law. They wanted to force you. They wanted to say, oh, you know, this belief is wrong. The only thing that exists is the Catholic Church. And everything you say is wrong. And so literally all the people who are fighting for, you know, freedom of speech or whatever, they're going against like what Jesus fought for. And they call themselves like supporters of Jesus. Rejoice and be glad, because great is your reward in heaven. For in the same way they persecuted the prophets who were before you. And, you know, Jesus was directly persecuted against. He was crucified for his beliefs that you should treat everybody with love. And you know, he washed people's feet. It's all about love. And if you go around using slurs despite every single person, you know, saying that you're harming them, you know, people protesting nonstop against violence against LGBTQ, violence against black people. We're the ones who are following Jesus. And I don't go to church. Okay, you don't need to go to church to follow Jesus. Okay, like I don't need a Bible to follow Jesus. You know, I just need love. That's God. That's what God is. God does not, you know, get in the way of that. Okay, gender interacts with but is different from sex. That's literally in the definition. Gender interacts with but is different than sex, which refers to the different biological and physiological characteristics. So if you have boobs, you can still be a man. If you have a penis, you can still be a woman, okay? Because gender is different than sex or sexual characteristics. And I'm changing my sexual characteristics to make myself more comfortable in my own body so that I can look at myself in the mirror and say, hey, life is going to be okay. You know? Males and characteristics of females, males, intersex persons, such as chromosomes, hormones, and reproductive organs. Gender and sex are related to, but different from gender identity. Gender identity refers to a person's deeply felt, internal, and individual experience of gender, which may or may not correspond to the person's physiology or designated sex at birth. So, that being said, gender identity is not just about trans people. So gender identity, some people who are cisgender, which means that people who, you know, if they were assigned male at birth, they see themselves as male, or vice versa with female. Gender identity, like, can also be like it's a deeply felt internal individual experience. So some people are proud of being women or proud of being men. And that's perfectly fine. That's gender identity. Like, you know, people who say, you know, this is what it's all about. Guys being dudes. Oh, wait, here we go. Guys being dudes. Like, this guy has a strong gender identity. This guy has a very strong gender identity of being masculine.
What's better than this? Guys being dudes.
Okay? So that guy has a very strong identity of being male. It's not that he's transgender. He's cisgender. Well, I'm assuming he's cisgender. He could be trans. He could have been assigned female at birth. You never know. Someone's appearance, like, I'm guessing, just based on appearance.
Guys being dudes.
But this person could have this guy could literally have a vagina right now. You don't know that. You know, like, how powerful testosterone is. I mean, I'm not jealous in the sense of the characteristics, but, like, honestly, like, people who take testosterone end up looking just like this guy. It was just kind of frustrating because, I mean, obviously gender dysphoria is very nuanced and it's more than just appearance. But honestly, I wish estrogen was as powerful in the opposite direction as testosterone is, because testosterone literally changes men's voices from feminine voice to masculine. Like, it makes men's voices deeper. And it's like, that's something that I can't do with just hormones. I have to train it myself through practice and mannerisms. And, you know, just like, you know, I've never really had a masculine vibe my whole life, really. But, you know, it's just one of those things. Like, and there are some surgeries for vocal feminization. They're still experimental, and they're also not very effective. They have limitations. They have problems. They're not as good as the other surgeries that we have. Like, you know, the vaginoplasty, the vulvoplasty and vaginoplasty and labioplasty, you know, all that stuff is very, very, very refined. And, you know, and it's been used like since the 30s. Like, you know, like it's been developed since like the 30s. And then like you know, the facial feminization, that's very effective. Very good results. So it's like, and hormone treatment, very effective. Vocal feminization surgeries, they're still in experimentation stage. It's not, and they're dangerous. And they do have limitations. Mostly, it changes your vocal folds in a way that's very unnatural. I think it might be getting better, but it's just like anyway. So yeah, like that guy, I'm assuming that's a cisgender male, just for the sake of argument. Let's say he is. 99.95% of people are cisgender. But a lot of cisgender people, you know how they get mad? They say, oh, you know, I don't identify as cisgender. And it's like, yeah, that's because your gender identity is different than mine. I am proud of being trans, but that's not my only identity. It's a strong identity. But I want to just live my life. I'm a woman. Okay. That's a very strong identity, is I define myself as a woman. I am a trans woman, but primarily I am a woman. And so, you know, but a lot of women who are assigned female at birth, or, you know, plenty of men who are assigned male at birth, don't really care. You could even say that they're most likely I would say a lot of people who just don't really care about gender identity, you could classify them as non-binary, but they don't identify that way. They're just people, right? Was your mom ever in the picture? Yeah, she was definitely in the picture, and she abused me. I do not identify with her at all. She is a very abusive person. I want her to get better. I don't have her in my life anymore. I want what's best for her. I don't want her to be punished. I don't want her to hurt. I want her to heal, because she needs it. She's very sick. Hey, Nash. Okay, gender identity refers to a person's deeply felt internal and individual experience of gender, which may or may not be correspond to the person's physiology or designating a sex at birth. So it applies to cisgender as well as transgender people. Gender identity is an internal thing. Gender influences people's experience of and access to healthcare, which this is sadly a problem right now, because a lot of trans people don't have equal access to healthcare. A lot of trans people don't have the privilege that I have of getting access. She abused you? Yeah, she abused. It's very complicated. I don't want to get into it. I've talked about it before, but honestly, I don't want to hurt her. I don't want her to. I don't want to. I mean, it's deserved. You know, I could call her out on it, but you know, she's still alive. And I don't want to dogpile on her. I don't want to hurt her. I just want what's best for her. I want her to heal. I don't know if she is, but she has no part in my life until I feel safe enough to approach her, no matter what her progress, because I have to be strong enough. Okay. I'm not strong enough to have her in my life right now. You know, hopefully she's meeting me halfway. But I can't control that. Like I can't even talk to her. And I offered it. I said, if my therapist can actually set it up, but I have not heard at all from my mom. I said, I gave her the offer. I said, I can talk to you, but if and only if we do it with my therapist. And my therapist is totally down for that. But, you know, I passed on it. The ball's in her court. The ball's in her court. The way that health services are organized and provided can either limit or enable a person's access to healthcare information, support, and services. And a lot of people who are very religious are trying to limit access. They're trying to limit people's access to knowledge. And then a lot of people don't have support, and then people end up like going down really, really, really bad paths. They end up self-administering hormones. They end up not knowing it, like, you know, they end up doing very unhealthy things. And so if you have a qualified doctor to help you through this process, no matter what you need, you're going to have a much better outcome. Because you're going to have a lot more information. You're going to be a lot more calm and collected. You're going to have a very an informed concept of your own needs. Whereas if you don't have access to this healthcare, especially the kids, the youth, okay, the people who are most affected by this are the youth, because a lot of the people say, oh, why are they like, you know, influencing children? And it's like, okay, well then where are all the transgender kids? How come every time you hear about a transgender kid trying to get access to hormones, hormone blockers, which aren't even hormones, they've been used on cisgender children since the 70s. Anytime that happens, you almost, or if like a transgender athlete joins a high school team or whatever, it's so rare that anytime it happens, you almost always only hear it on the news. Like they say, oh, transgender child, trans girl wins competition, sparks controversy. Like, how come that's the only time you hear about it? If there was a trend, if people were convincing people that they were trans when they're not, if people were saying it's a fad, you would see way more trans people. But 99.95% of people aren't trans, and the people who are getting criticized, are being abused, are being denied access to knowledge, which is, that's all that happens when you go to the doctor to talk about your gender. It's a discussion. And how you proceed takes a lot of care, and very highly qualified people who know how to help children will help steer them they don't like steer you in any direction. They provide you information and they provide you services. Yeah, knowledge is power, so Mimi. And organized and provided can either limit or enable a person's access to health information, support, and services, and the outcome of those encounters. Health services should be affordable, accessible, and acceptable to all. And they should be provided with quality, equity, and dignity. So equity is really the importance, because there's a lot of inequity. There's a difference, so if you have equity in like a house, for example, you can buy a house for $1 million and it can appreciate or depreciate in value over time. So if you have two houses, one could be $1 million, another could be $500,000. They're both, and they could both be like similar quality houses, but like for some reason or another, the equity changed on one and the others didn't. They could be similar quality, but like, you can have the same access to stuff. You could say that we have equality, but we don't have equity. So trans people don't have equity. Black people don't have, black and indigenous and people of color, BIPOC. BIPOC people do not have equity, because you can have access to the exact same, you don't get discriminated against at the workplace legally. That's the key part. Legally. You don't get discriminated against at college legally. But the thing is, you can have legal equality, but no equity, because equity is a very social thing. And that's the biggest problem we have right now, where people just there's a whole bunch of different ideas and different opinions based on either, a mix between true and false statements. And a lot of the things that happen are a lot of people spread misinformation on Facebook or on Twitter or on YouTube or anywhere. And that's what YouTube and Twitter and stuff are trying to fight against. They want people to have access to actual knowledge, not the opinions that are influenced by misinformation. Because if you start off on the wrong point, you're going to end up like, if you have an asteroid that's heading towards Earth, if you even like offshoot it by like a fraction of a millimeter, if it's far enough, it'll go completely into a different like it can go into a completely different solar system. But all you have to do is adjust its course by a tiny amount. So if you start off from false information, you're already lost, pretty much. I mean, it's an interesting exercise to go through hypotheticals and theoretical stuff, but like that's not. I don't think that's what people are doing on Twitter. They're just spouting hate and false information, and that's what Twitter and YouTube are. And also with COVID and stuff, people just have false information. There's only one source of information, and it's from peer-reviewed scientists. Peer review means that people scrutinize every single word that people say, and say like, okay, well, are they biased? Is that person like coming in from bad faith? What is that person's support? Are they trying to limit people's rights? Like, that's what people do. That's why science is supposed to just be completely like neutral, like in helping spread information. But there are sciences such as social sciences which are not so neutral. For example, social sciences, there's black inequality and black inequity. Same with trans and LGBTQ in general. There's real things that are not that have to be biased. Because there's you can have a town of 100 different people. Maybe 80 of those people have they feel like life is just fine, but then those other 20 people are experiencing poverty, or they're being discriminated against, or they're attacked physically. Okay, so like the 80 people, they may or may not be white. There's so many different factors. A lot of people on the internet, and this is why I despise the online left for the most part, is they just attack people for saying a word, or for saying, and it's like there's a difference. It's not because you're attacking someone for saying a word. It's because that word has a historical bias towards violence. People being murdered, or imprisoned, or just completely their lives, their quality of life being completely denied because of their sexual orientation, or because of their gender, or because of their color of their skin. Like, these are very real things, and they're very much biased, and they have to be. Because they just are by their nature. So there's a lot of things going on with like the Black Lives Matter movement, is because there's a lot of inequity, and even in still a lot of ways there are legal inequalities. Maybe not so much legal. I mean, it's mostly, I think, with the Black Lives Matter movement, it's mostly about equity and social equity. But like with transgender, there's a lot more protections for the gay and lesbian people, but trans people can also be gay and lesbian, but so trans people have a different, and there's actually states in the country where a trans person cannot use the bathroom that aligns with their gender because of false information, because of fear mongering, people just assuming that things are happening that just aren't. Pastor David Lynn's videos on YouTube. His channel is Christ Forgiveness. Perhaps the ones about LGBT could be interesting to you. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of discussion. I don't know about this person, but there's a lot of discussion within different religions about altering their views and interpretations of the Bible to better fit our understanding of reality. Because for example, Jesus, he hung out with sex workers and thieves. And like the poor and the sick, and the reason why wasn't because he forgave. It's not that you just like accept people being thieves, or whether or not you agree with somebody for being a sex worker, he accepted her. And I think he did agree. I think Jesus was fucking based. Okay, like Jesus is based. Christianity is not based. Okay, there are churches that are pretty that more align themselves with what Jesus actually taught. And to me, that's where Christianity belongs, in a non-violent, peaceful exploration of spirituality. And anything that calls themselves Christians, but it's out marching on the street and physically harming people, verbally abusing people, that has no place. That has no place in religion. It has no place. That has nothing to do with what spirituality is all. Like, I'm a very spiritual person, but I am not Christian. I am not Catholic. I'm not Jewish. I am not Muslim. I'm not Hindi or Hindu. I'm not Buddhist. I'm not Taoist. I'm not any religion. Okay, I listen to human empathy, and to me, that's what Jesus taught. The pure biblical truth, he goes over all those things you mentioned. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of interesting. It's very academic. I am interested in that stuff. However, I don't have to take a stand. I have my own values. And nobody should be required to listen to other people. That should always, you have individual rights. You have consent. And so I don't consent to being called slurs. I don't consent to being harassed and told that I'm not the gender I know I am. Okay, so do you see how it works both ways? I can disagree with people who interpret the Bible negatively, but like they're allowed. So there's like, you have the right to say it. And I know that everybody memes about this, that like, freedom of speech doesn't mean freedom of consequences, but it is true, okay? We live in a society, okay? We live in a society where we have to work together, regardless of our beliefs. And I do think that we can work with people who have opposing beliefs, because we should want to. Because if we don't, they're going to continue having those beliefs. And the same goes for me, okay? I have a bias too. There's a lot of things that people say or do that may be influenced by my experiences, because I have past trauma. Okay, so there's a lot of things that people on the left and more progressives need to be able to meet halfway. But there's some things that you just can't meet halfway. If somebody thinks that black people are inferior, if some people think that being gay is a sin and wrong, and not only that, it's one thing if you believe that, but that's a personal belief. Okay, it does not apply to those around you. It certainly does not belong in our government. And the same with abortion. People should have right to safe and legal abortion. If it's their own relationship with God. If you think it's a sin, all you can do is pray for them, okay? But once you start harassing people and trying to get people in from government, you're already going against the teachings of the Bible. Like you failed. You failed completely. Like you have to take a step back and consult God. Don't consult the Bible, consult God. There's a difference. May God work his ways in your life. Yeah, definitely. I have a very close connection with God. Being transgender is in many ways is an extremely spiritual experience. I mean, I have had to look at myself completely from a new light, not judging myself, looking at who I am and like how I interact with myself, and it's a very spiritual experience. But it's not what the Bible says. It's what God says. There's a difference. Health services should be affordable, accessible, and acceptable to all, and they should be provided with quality, equity, and dignity. Okay? Gender inequality and discrimination faced by women and girls puts their health and well-being at risk. Women and girls often face greater barriers than men and boys to accessing health information services. And this isn't about opinions. This isn't based on feelings. These are based on actual data and real life examples. Okay, this has been going on forever. Women have always been discriminated against and abused, and violence against women. Women have been raped simply because they have the genitals that accept a penis. Like that. That's the only reason. Like men thinking that they can, because men can often overpower women. It's not always true, because sometimes men are very much weaker than some women. Okay. These barriers include restrictions on mobility, lack of access to decision-making power, lower literacy rates, discrimination attitudes of communities and healthcare providers, and lack of training and awareness amongst healthcare providers and health systems of the specific health needs and challenges of women and girls. So it's very much biased. You need to look at these factors, because if you only look at the black and white picture and saying, oh, well, we provide equal treatment to everyone. Well, you can treat two people equally and they'll have two different outcomes. Because of all these other factors. Consequently, women and girls face greater risks of unintended pregnancies, sexually transmitted infections, including HIV, cervical cancer, malnutrition, lower vision, respiratory infections, malnutrition, and elder abuse, amongst others. Women and girls also face unacceptably high levels of violence rooted in gender inequality and are at grave risk of harmful practices such as female genital mutilation and child, early, and forced marriage. WHO figures show that 1 in 3 women worldwide have experienced either physical and or sexual intimate partner violence or non-partner sexual violence in their lifetime. So a lot of people will start jumping to this. And they'll say, oh, but men have been raped too. And it's like, nobody's saying that men haven't been raped. What they're saying is that there are significantly higher rates among women. And this is the same when it comes to transgender people, including trans women, but also including trans men. There's a significantly higher number of suicide because of social inequity. Because of people, insinuating that their rights to say words or have opinions and to enact those opinions in the highest level of government outweigh someone's mental and physical health and their social integration. Or non-partner sexual violence in their lifetime. Harmful gender norms, especially those related to rigid notions of masculinity, can also affect boys' and men's health. And in fact, a lot of the misogyny and sexism is actually rooted in the fact that men and boys treat each other in harmful ways. In fact, I was, because I was really confused. I just went with the default. I assumed that I was male. And so I presented as male, and I identified, in whatever way it was for the longest time as male. And I faced discrimination based on my gender because I was not manly enough. I was called a girl, which is ironic because now people are refusing. Some people, the people who don't really matter, honestly, like misgender me and stuff. So it's kind of funny. Can also affect boys and men's health and well-being negatively. For example, specific notions of masculinity may encourage boys and men to smoke, take sexual and other health risks, misuse alcohol, and not seek help or health care. Such gender norms also contribute because, people say, oh, you just have to suck it up, be a man, quote, whatever all those people say. And those things are changing, it's changing. Gender norms are changing. Men are more compassionate on average than they were. However, there's still a lot of stuff going on. Such gender norms also contribute to boys and men perpetrating violence, as well as being subjected to violence themselves. They also can have grave implications for their mental health. And like I said, a lot of people refuse to get mental health because they say, oh, well, I just have to suck it up. I have to be a man. That whole mentality, it makes you suffer. It only makes you suffer. You have to be able to have an open mind and open yourself up to experiences that you haven't had. Rigid gender norms also negatively affect people with diverse gender identities, who often face violence, stigma, and discrimination as a result, including in healthcare settings. Consequently, they are at higher risk of HIV and mental health problems, including suicide. So this is only just in a healthcare system, and this is just literally just about healthcare. And the work of WHO is aligned with and supports the advancement of the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly SDG 3, ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all ages, and SDG 5, achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. The organization is committed to non-discrimination and to leaving no one behind. It seeks to ensure that every person, regardless of gender or sex, remember there's two different things, because it's literally defined as two different things, can live a healthy life. And I'm getting better and better, and my mental health is improving. I'm getting healthier and healthier. And yeah, sometimes I do have, being healthy doesn't mean that you don't have problems. Life has problems. Life throws stress at you. It doesn't mean that you're perfect or that your behavior is perfect. What it means is that you're on average, you're in a positive direction. You might have bad days. I have bad days. I end up having huge panic attacks. Having mental health doesn't mean you're cured. Doesn't mean it stops. It means you're better equipped to handle the situations that in the past have negatively impacted you. Do you think of your trauma had a role in it? No, I don't think it did. But then again, there's a lot of things that go into your gender identity, and at no point is your identity denied because of some perceived notion of, oh, well, what if it was just past trauma? Well, what if it was? So what? My quality of life is still better. That's what really matters, is about living a healthy life. And even if it was directly, see, like you could say like it's based on biology, you could say it's based on the way you're raised, or the way that you know the world around you. You could say it's influenced by past trauma. It's, first of all, it's not just one thing, it's a multitude of things. And no matter what it is, at no point does anybody but the individual get to decide like how you proceed. So even if I quote unquote wasn't trans, which is definitely not true, I definitely am trans. Even if you could like say like, oh well, you know, if you could like objectively say that it was determined by my past trauma, so fucking what? Okay, like it doesn't matter why. Like it matters what. Like, you know, it matters what I'm doing, because I'm saying, okay, well, you know, even if it was because of past trauma, so what? Like, you know, my life is improving, and it's not because I'm transitioning, it's because I needed to transition. There's a difference. There's like, you know, transitioning isn't gender dysphoria is only diagnosed because by the way the guidelines are lined out, like in the DSM-5 or in the WHO or whatever, the DSM-5 and stuff like that, the way it's outlined is that, you know, it was redefined from a mental health from like a mental health disorder. It got changed to like a disorder because it's not like a mental illness, it's a disorder. Disorder means that things aren't in order. So gender dysphoria means that your brain is like, oh, this is wrong, things are like, it's not in order, and so you can change things to make it more in order. Like going on hormones for me, for example, getting my surgeries for me, for example. Even if it was influence, I don't think that invalidate. Yeah, exactly. It does not invalidate it. It's just part of your story. Yeah, exactly. Somebody else could have been, you know, could have never had any trauma in their life, and they're also transgender. You know, it doesn't matter. We don't, you know, for some reason when it comes to like surgeries and stuff, we don't seem to think too much of it. When people get like some, like, you know, like obviously some people are criticized, but you know, some people get like, you know, very invasive surgeries to like change their body. Like some people remove the like bottom rib from their body, or some people get like, you know, extensive, possibly even dangerous alterations to their body, and you know, sometimes they're like, you know, they get kind of like made fun of, but not in the way that trans people are. For some reason, when it comes to gender and surgeries and stuff like that, people get like really upset about it. But like stuff that, you know, and they compare it to stuff like tattoos. And if you could say it's a tattoo, but if it's anything, it's a deeply held spiritual tattoo. And you know, in some parts of society, I can't give specific examples, but I did recall in indigenous practices, such as when you come of age, like, and you become a warrior or whatever, they tattoo your entire body. Okay, that's extremely invasive. But would you say that that's wrong? I don't think it is, and you know, if that's how their culture is, and they willingly go through it, because it's a spiritual and personal identity. If you identify as like part of that culture, you know, as that role, and in order to be that role, you have your whole body tattooed. Now there is something to say that, like, you know, maybe that was forced on them. Okay, that's a different story. But as far as transgender healthcare, it's way different. Okay, it's safe. It's very, very, very safe. It does have risks, but so does walking outside and walking on the sidewalk. Okay, like it has an based on the evidence and based on very real life experiences of people, including myself, it has a net positive effect on our life. So it's really about quality of life. It's not about why. It's not about what. Really, it's about what you need to have a healthy life. And some people, you know, it's like, hey, like, there's this huge problem I face internally, and there's definitely options to change it. I'm going to pursue those options. And nobody goes into it like, maybe some people might jump into it, but it's not, you know, the professionals, the doctors, the therapists, they know how to like, you know, prevent people from making hasty decisions. It's actually the opposite. They really go slowly. In fact, I've been waiting years just to get my surgery. Okay, I'm getting my surgery this year if all things go right. Finger crossed. I'm definitely getting orchiectomy, which is the removal of the testicles, which is a very necessary step. Obviously, it's part of the full process, but since I'm going to be waiting like months and months and months, it's very good that I'm just going to get rid of those things. Okay. Deeply held spiritual tattoo. Yeah. Like, I mean, is anybody going to criticize a Christian for getting their whole back, tattooed with Jesus on it and with, like all that kind of stuff? If somebody can do that, why can't a trans person change their penis into a vagina or a vagina into a penis or get rid of their breasts? Okay, I mean, that's taking aside all the other parts of it. If you only look at the stuff that we do, obviously, if you think you're trans, and you know that you need those surgeries, then you're probably trans. Like, it doesn't matter. You don't need any validation. You don't need any reason. But what you do need is you need to explore what your needs are. And so it's like healthcare and mental health care are about quality of life. They're not about the only reason you diagnose somebody, and this was told to me by my doctor, we diagnose these things. We're not judging you as an individual. We're not telling you that you're broken or that they're diagnosing you only so that they can give you the health care that you need, whatever that might be. So for me, it's therapy for my autism. With me, it's hormone therapy for gender dysphoria and surgeries for gender dysphoria. The only reason you get diagnosed with gender dysphoria is because the way things are outlined in like the DSM-5 and stuff is that you need to be diagnosed in order to get that health care. So eventually I can see a world where people can just go through a informed consent model, and then it's basically just getting your tonsils removed. Like, if you know what you're getting into, if you know the risks, if you know the long-term effects, and you're educated about them so that you know exactly what, you don't just go into the operating table and they just, turn your penis into a vagina like the same day. Okay. Like that would be unethical. Okay. That's not what's happening. Okay. Are you going to miss them? No, I freaking want them gone. It is okay. So there's a difference between there's this internal feeling that oh God, I'm very nervous about it. You said that there's a difference between being nervous and being regretful. Because I know I need this. I know I need the full bottom surgery. I know I need a vagina. Okay. It is fucking scary. Okay. And it is very, very, very difficult. And it's going to have extreme implications on my life. Okay. But I know this. I've known I've needed it for 15 years or longer. Okay. So and I've been working really hard. Okay. Nobody they put so many obstacles in your way. Okay. If anything, they're doing exactly what the transphobic people want us to do. Is we're making sure that they're not just watching TikTok and then saying, I want hormones. LOL. That is literally not what's happening. They're doing the opposite of that. They're saying, okay, well, let's explore that. Let's make sure you understand what your identity is. Let's make sure that you aren't just making some decision based on whether or not it's popular. It's just not happening. People are not watching TikTok and just pretending that they're trans. With kids, yeah, I mean, they're a little different, but at the same time, I think people should give a little bit more credits to the youth because, the kids are stronger than us. They're more adaptable. They're actually able to see things. Now, they do have issues, which is why there's mental health professionals that are specifically trained to help children, because they're obviously, yeah. There are people who see something on TikTok and then they just want to do that because it's trending or whatever. But that is not what's happening with trans people at all. You would see a lot more people saying they're trans. The only reason we're seeing more people is because people have the vocabulary and they feel safer coming out for the most part. A lot of people don't, sadly, because of violence, because of discrimination. And this is what we're fighting against. We're not fighting against people's deeply held religious beliefs. We're fighting against the impact that those people's actions. When I say you, I don't necessarily mean you. I don't know you. But when we're fighting against those actions that are happening to us, that are very real. Okay. Gender inequality hinders progress to fulfill everyone's right to health. Efforts in support of universal health coverage must focus on reaching those most often left behind, such as marginalized, stigmatized, and geographically isolated people. of all sexes and gender identity, with a special focus on those in situations of increased vulnerability, including poor people, persons with disabilities, and racialized and indigenous peoples. Addressing discrimination against women and girls is critical to achieving universal health coverage. World Health Organization develops norms, standards, and guidelines on gender-responsive health service, provision, and delivery, and commissions research on issues focusing on gender equality, human rights, and health equity. World Health Organization also supports country-level action to strengthen health sector response to gender-based violence, as well as to address gender equality in health workforce development and gender-related barriers to health services. So this is, it's impossible to be neutral with this. People say, oh, we should have your bias has no, people say, oh, it should be completely neutral. You can't be neutral when it comes to social inequity. It's completely impossible. Could I link this in chat? Yeah. I also have a couple other links, and we're going to move back on to the business. We've been going for almost 3 hours, and I haven't even finished the Devin Nash video. And then we have the Asmongold video. But this is obviously really important to me. Here's the link. And I have some other links if you're interested. I'm gonna move on from this. But I have some links. Here's some videos, and here's some articles. Just keep an open mind. I keep an open mind too. I try not to just cancel people just because they're, make a not so, maybe make a tone deaf statement or something. Try to give people the benefit of the doubt. However, I get to choose my own, I have a certain comfort level, and I should not be, just like I shouldn't infringe on other people's opinions. And ability to congregate or whatever, to obviously I'm not talking about religion, okay? This is not about religion. It's about some people who are a part of particular religions who claim outdated and harmful beliefs, which it's already been accepted among the Catholic and many Christian churches. It's a very few, that LGBTQ people are just as God's children as well. Okay, and deserve to be treated just like anyone else, with love and kindness, just like Jesus did, People look at some people pick and choose, seeing things they see. They see parts of the Bible, where Jesus says something, or even in the Old Testament, particularly when it talks about Leviticus and all that. That was an outline for a very specific set of a church of people that lived by those standards, and also the stuff about being in bed, a man should, the part where it says a man shall not lie with another man. That was specifically about rape and children. That was specifically about that, and it was mistranslated by people in the 40s who were homophobic. So it's as the more you look into this stuff with an open mind, and I keep an open mind as well. I don't want to just cancel people just because they're religious. That would be a hate speech. But I do think that there are people within the religions. I don't think that they know Jesus. They completely do. Their actions speak otherwise. Because Jesus didn't do violence. He was like Martin Luther King Jr. He was like Gandhi. He practiced peaceful protest. He said, "I draw a line in the sand, and if you go in, I am here waiting for you." Okay, he's not forcing you to him. He's saying, "I know what God is. Please join me because you deserve it." Okay, and once you start seeing things with an open mind, it take obviously it goes both ways. There are a lot of nuance, and not everybody who's white, a cisgender, people say, oh, cisgender white male or whatever. Not every cisgender white male, being cisgender or being white or being male, does not make you inherently bad. However, if somebody actively says harmful things, they're basing it on their experience, not on reality. Okay, so a lot of people have different experiences. Anyway, let's get back to Activision Blizzard. Speaking of which, they had this is actually kind of relevant because Activision Blizzard had a very large amount of sexism scandal, if you may be aware. So it's like this is actually a very important topic to discuss about this. And you know, Microsoft is buying it, so we'll see how changes happen. You know,
what they're adding
it hasn't closed yet, apparently, and maybe it has. I don't know.
to the business by buying it. So you would think that investors would reflect that, and indeed it did. The share price ended up going up 25%, which is a pretty incredible amount, but it didn't reach $95. So the difference you see between the $82 and the $95 is the investor confidence that this deal will go through, basically, right? And a couple of other things we're going to talk about. So
yeah, this is kind of a no-brainer. Like, Microsoft, they can buy out anybody, first of all. Like, let's be real. Microsoft can buy out anybody.
$82 to $95, that difference is basically them believing if this deal is going to go through, because it's actually quite a long time to close, which we'll talk about in a second. So all cash basically means they just bought it. That's the best way to buy a company. They just bought it, and they're doing Blizzard and King Studios like Warcraft, Diablo, Overwatch, Call of Duty, and Candy Crush, in addition to global esports through Major League Gaming, and the company has studios around the world with nearly 10,000 employees. So let's talk about like revenue and the reasons they acquired for. I see a lot of people saying like maybe Call of Duty League had something to do with this, maybe Overwatch League or like Warcraft or Diablo. So these are really small parts of the total like Activision franchise. What Activision is really killing it on right now is their mobile gaming. Activision basically dominates.
Yeah, okay, this is a completely different topic. There's been a huge trend the past, like, I think like 10 years or longer of mobile gaming with microtransactions, otherwise known as MTX. So microtransactions, Devin made a video about the future of NFTs, and I think microtransactions, like, people make fun of NFTs, but really people have been buying NFTs or an idea of an NFT for a very long time. If you buy skins in any game, or you buy, gun skins, or you use the market, especially the ones that have a marketplace, that's literally an NFT. It does have value. If you play a game a lot and you buy a skin because you're like, I want this cool skin because it's my character that I play or whatever, and it makes it more customized. That has personal value. And so, like, NFTs are a huge deal. That being said, I do feel like it does hinder if your primary goal is not to make a good game, but to make a game that is addicting. But it makes people want to spend money on it. It does decrease the quality of game. And I feel like, obviously there's a lot of people will say, play indie companies, indie games. It's not about whether or not it's indie or whether or not it's made by a corporation. It's about the quality. The reality is, like, whether or not it's a good game or not. I do, obviously I'm biased, and I think it's just like there also is a nostalgia factor. But, like, I do feel like games have, like, like, the quality of the graphics and the physics and all that stuff has gotten better. But if you notice that, like, they're almost all the same now, maybe some of it is just because there's only so many variations that you can do. I really don't think that I don't know, I don't want to be, like, doom and gloom, but there has been a huge difference. Like, when are we going to get another, like, Final Fantasy VII? Like, not like a remake. What I mean is, like, that game was revolutionary. Like, there had never been a JRPG, like an RPG in general, a game in general, that had such a huge impact. It had an extremely well-designed world, well-designed characters. It was basically a novel. Like, amazing battle system, very in-depth end game, side quests and all that. Extremely amazing music, and the hype and, like, the lead up to it, and the like, everything about Final Fantasy VII was revolutionary. But now we just basically get, they say, oh, well, that was good, let's make another one of those. And it's like, no, it's not about, like, what it was, it's about the impact it had. So it's like Final Fantasy VII was life-changing for me. So was Xenogears, which almost, by the way, this goes back into, like, people with religious beliefs and how the United States is very biased towards Christianity. It's a completely different topic. But Xenogears by Squaresoft, now Square Enix, was almost not released in North America, because of a slight, small connection to the idea of going against God, of like, in fact, like it's basically like a Deus Ex Machina kind of thing. That's what Xenogears is. But Xenogears is really about society and about life. It was a life-changing video game for me. I played it when I was like 10 years old, or like 10 or 11, and then I played it again when I was older. In fact, you know what's funny? It's like I got further than my brother because he couldn't figure. We got stuck at this one part of the game, and I figured it out, and I was like the younger kid. So it was like kind of funny. Crypto plants is the crypto version of plants. Yeah, exactly. Like you know, NFTs are the future. What? So my point is, long off in the future, I think all games will die. Yeah, but however, I think there's a difference in quality sometimes. Like I don't like the idea of like a lot of games just push like this huge like, oh, you can collect all these things and it's super good graphics, but then it's like the gameplay is trash and it really is just designed to make people want to buy stuff. Halo, Call of Duty, and Madden, yeah, I mean they're good games. I mean, don't get me wrong. Some people will say otherwise, but that's a personal opinion. Like, I think Call of Duty is an amazing game. I think it's more realistic because you die a lot faster in Call of Duty. Like, you basically just get one-shotted. Like, obviously, like, they're wearing Kevlar and stuff. So, I feel like out of any FPS game, it's probably the most realistic. That doesn't mean it's better. It just means it's more realistic. Because some games like Halo, obviously, it's set in a world like, you know, I guess in the future, where it's like you have like shielding and stuff. Like, you know, so it's like obviously it has its own style of gameplay. Call of Duty, I'm guessing they're real. It's kind of like Medal of Honor. I think Call of Duty ended up getting way more successful than the Medal of Honor series. And like Madden, it's a football game, like very realistic football. Compared to like some other games like NFL Blitz, for example, that came out, you know, like NFL Blitz, like that was supposed to be like, it was like arcade football. But Madden has always strived to be like very, very like a football simulation. Or there's a difference between like a flight simulator that's very realistic, or like a game like a Star Wars game or something. So obviously there's nuance. But you could make a game that's just like it's like trying to give you this sense of like that you're making. I mean, I don't know. Either way, like I feel like a lot of companies are pressured to make games that are profitable for obvious reasons because you're running a business. But I do think that, you know, there are lines that you're crossing. Like if you're focusing on profit and you're losing quality of the gameplay, and you know there is an art. You know, there are two different aspects to what makes a video game. There's the artistic quality, and then there's the economic part of it. And I feel like we should live in a world where we shouldn't have to worry about that. People should be able to design video games and be just as profitable as, you know, I don't know. It's just kind of it is a free market, you know. But I do feel like a lot of companies are trying to make a stand against that and actually focus on making quality games. I have not played them. I'm not really into video games, to be honest. I'm playing like one game, like League of Legends or chess or something like that. Like I don't really. I'm not a gamer. Okay, like I'm a businesswoman. Okay. They already started transitioning. No, transitioning is really a word. I mean, when we say transitioning in the context of like trans people, like it's pretty much known. But when we say in any other context, we're talking about, you know, going from one thing to the next. It's just which is why a lot of people who aren't gaming, a lot of people who aren't really necessarily involved in the discourse about like trans people. Gender expansiveness, and it's like the more accurate term, because, you know, it's called gender expansive care, because some people are like non-binary, and I think transgender infers like a medical treatment because you're changing something, but some people don't change anything. They just have an internal understanding of themselves, and it doesn't mean it's the only way of being non-binary. Some people have stronger identity than others, but there's a lot of people who are just non-binary, and I think there's a lot more people than they realize. I think there's a lot of people out there who just don't even think about gender. They just exist in the world, and obviously they navigate the world as the gender they were assigned at birth. I don't think they necessarily define themselves at that gender. And I think it's way more people than we realize. And I think a lot more people are non-binary than people say they are. Like, I mean, think about it. If you're having like diarrhea and you're like explosive diarrhea, or you're like puking, or something like that, or if you're like in a dangerous situation, like if you got in a car accident or something, you're not really thinking about your gender at the time, are you? Like you're kind of just like focused on what you're doing. So that's kind of what non-binary would be like, I would imagine. And I mean, I don't think having a strict definition is really very conducive towards growth or any kind of like meaningful change or whatever. But I think it is important to notice that like there are nuances. Like some people are non-binary and they're not very strong about their identity. Some people are extremely have an extremely strong identity involving their gender expansiveness.
It's mobile, and mobile gaming accounts for most of the revenue that Activision makes. So right, it's about 2.2 billion at the end of 2019, or 34% of the total revenue. It only went up since then. Yeah, I recall
being non-binary is like an AR accident. What do you mean? Oh, like a car accident? No, that's not what I mean. I know that sounds bad when you say it that way. Yeah. No, what I mean is that like our gender, our idea of ourselves and our identity, regardless of whether it's gender or otherwise, changes all the time. And even like there's fluctuations within each day, within each moment. Like there's obviously trends within ourselves. Like, yeah, like obviously, like I identify as a woman and as she, her pronouns. That's not going to change, even if sometimes I'm like pooping or I'm in a car accident. Okay, being in a situation where you're not like, you don't have to always identify strongly. Okay, some people are because they're fighting. A lot of people are angry on the internet, for example. A lot of people protest because they're angry. And so they're pushing for more change. And so it's like, I feel, but also I think a lot more people should understand that it does influence the way you think. And I think we need to take a step back and look at things objectively, because yeah, I understand I'm very angry. However, being angry for the sake of being angry doesn't really lead to meaningful change. It's just, everyone just sees like somebody shouting, oh no, like I'm so angry. And it's like, yeah, so maybe somebody said something offensive, and they probably did if somebody's angry about it. But at the same time, some people like myself in the past have react in a very negative way. And so that's why I feel like people on the left, more progressive people, calm the fuck down and stop being crazy clowns on the internet, as Hassan says. In fact, I have a... That's a... Oh, I can just go to my channel. Where is it? Oh, it's playlists. All playlists. What? Oh.
Hey, trans person who also simultaneously is fucking brain dead, why do you have a really aggressive opinion on a subject if you weren't fucking there and you literally don't know what the fuck you're talking about?
What's up, YouTube? I like the juxtaposition of the fact that I'm there and he's saying that. Like, that's just so funny. But no, like, honestly, where does he say, like, stop being clowns on the internet? Here we go. Not you want to...
On a subject, if you dumb fuck don't know what the fuck you're talking about, I never did it, you dumb fuck.
What's I have an objective question for scientific purposes. Cool.
Now you're mad at me? Like, what the fuck is this shit, dumbass?
He's malding so
No, it's
hard.
not a fucking troll. That's like a legitimate trans person who's like, I am now personally offended in a hypothetical where it didn't even fucking happen.
Yeah, that kind of sums up the online left. I mean, the online people on the left, more on the left, also the people on the right. So it's like, it's not just true about people on the left. Okay, this is people in general acting like fucking clowns because they just have like, they're angry, and then they go online thinking that being angry is justifies anything they say. And I'm not exempt from this. It happens to all of us. We're human. Okay, we're passionate about our own deeply held beliefs, and we have a very subjective experience of reality. So obviously, sometimes we're going to get very angry. But I think it's something that we practice, is trying to take a step back and realizing like, hey, maybe I shouldn't scream at this person for accidentally using the wrong pronouns. Maybe I should focus that energy on trying to educate people, and instead of yelling at people who are your allies for not knowing 100% of like LGBTQ or gender expansive problems and academia, maybe give them the benefit of the doubt and maybe just try to be kind, you know?
God damn, dude. Stop looking like fucking clowns on the internet.
And you know, obviously it kind of sounds bad because he was just talking about trans person. Hassan specifically is tired of the people on the left, just like I was talking about. So it's like, it's people who are like, they go online, they're like, anarchy now, fuck the system. It's like, dude, being angry is not a political movement, okay? Being angry is just a state of mind, you know?
Paul reading their S1, and I can't remember like exactly how much they were making off it, but it's a ton. So Call of Duty also is a really great seller, and that's going to be a big one too. But in the face of that, like, you know, Overwatch and these other kind of brands don't really matter. The esports side of it, like Call of
It's not creamer, it's drinkable yogurt. And let me show you. Yeah, it's got like some great stuff. Like, look at this. What's this? It's got like probiotics, you know? Well, it's not focused. Yeah, it says like, it's like goat milk drinkable yogurt. Certified humane. Yeah, exactly. Ah, okay.
Duty.
See, you know, either I'm the best streamer or the worst streamer, because we've been watching this video, we're only 3 minutes in, and it's been exactly 3 hours and 34 seconds. Welcome to my life.
And like COD League.
And is it becoming clearer why I can't have a job? I'm the perfect streamer, though. Jesus fucking Christ. I did like a 6-hour stream one day on one of his videos, and it was all on topic. It was about sexism and misogyny. That's usually because I'm a feminist. And even before I started transitioning, even when I was like convinced that I wasn't trans and I was trying to be super manly and all that, like I was shaved my head and I was all working out and shit. Like I didn't really work out, but I did the thing where I was like doing that thing. I do have an interesting, I don't really want to go over it, but like, where's my thing? Here, let me close this for a second, gotta be careful. Let me go to my imager. Okay, sign in, of course. Was it with Facebook or Google that I signed in? We'll see. Can always sign out again. Oh, yeah, I need to, yeah, it was with Facebook, I think. If I go to my account, posts. Okay. Oh yeah, I actually made like kind of a book. I made kind of a book. So like I actually like went through like, you know, I'm not like super, you know, obviously at 31 years of my life, I can't just erase that. You know, I was who I was, I just looked and acted differently. Like as you can see, I was never particularly masculine. Like this was me. Like I was never particularly masculine, okay? Like yeah, like I was trying to present as male, like right there. Like, see, it's like for the longest time, I really tried to fulfill that role. Ugh, facial hair, yuck. Like I'm not ashamed. I mean, I'm even disgusted, but like I'm not ashamed. Like I mean, I can't change the past, you know. Like I really was like this person. Like that person looks like they're gonna like hurt you. I mean, I was never like that, but like the my complete like my energy changed. You know, like I completely changed. And here is me. I think I drew this because I was like finding myself. And I did college and all that, doing all the stuff in college. But yeah, I mean, I really tried. I tried to be male, like right here, like here's the thing, like, like I tried to do this whole like thing where I was like trying to be super manly. It's really fucking weird. You know, and this was like a few months right before transitioning. Like I had shaved my head. I'm so like it was so frustrating when I started transitioning. I had shaved my head before, so it was like really frustrating. Oh, there I am. Before I had boobs. It's a padded bra. Life has so much beauty to it, so much so that it's often impossible to see what we don't want to see about ourselves. Please reach out to your loved ones and treat them with love and gentle support. Which door will you take? Yeah, so it's like, so I get sober, start talking with my doctor. I bring up my gender dysphoria again after she had gently brought it up over the years. I got on hormones and am now heading toward the surgeries I need. And this was, I believe, a year ago. Like exactly a year ago, basically. A year and 10 like January 31st. I think this was 2021. It was definitely 2021. Because I remember what I looked like in January 2020. I got on hormones now, heading towards the surgeries I need. I am still struggling with life, but I am more whole. I am living in truth. Yeah, and I'll link this. I don't particularly, I mean, I don't want to go through it again. I basically go through my whole story. Like I've never really fully gone through it in a way. I posted on it was like a whole bunch of tweets, and then I put it up on Imager. And yeah. I may even do this here. Look, my story. Command add my story. Here's my story toward discovering my needs and finally, and the toll that delaying my health needs transitioning took on me. It is a reflection of how important mental health is. In order to live our best life. I am kind of proud of it. It's kind of like a book. Anyway, if you want to check that out, you can. It's not really, I mean, it's kind of painful just because because I remember what it was like. I mean, now not so much anymore because I'm just like, I've basically kind of like changed a lot. Like the way I feel changed. Like it's not just physical. Like transitioning is a spiritual thing, and it's not just medical. Like obviously there are medical changes. Hormones do change. Like estrogen changes the way you feel, like inside. Like the chemistry changes. And it's calmed me down and helped me feel so much more at peace with myself. But also, it does change the way your skin looks and feels. Like it's a little bit lighter. There's actually one less skin layer in women, not just trans women. Like, that's why women tend to have less oil and need to wear more sunscreen, typically more than men with testosterone. It also changes your pheromones. It changes the way you smell. It changes the way people say, oh, they don't like, maybe it's like if you think that you might be attracted to trans women, but you're scared because like we have a lot of us have penises. I would just tell you it's very different. Because we smell different, we feel different. Like it's a girl dick, okay? Like used to be crazy homophobic and trans, but now I'm actually trans. Yeah, exactly. I was too. Not homophobic, but actually, I was. I was like, oh, that's gay. That's gross. That's wrong. Or I didn't think it was wrong. Yeah, I just thought it was weird. And then when I heard about trans people, I was like, oh, why would you want to cut it off? And I'm like, a lot of it. Maybe I was hyper fixated on it because I was like going like I was like displacing my energy to focus on it. And it's like, you notice that like if people have like a hyperfixation with something, it's probably because they're avoiding their own things. Doesn't mean it literally is that. Anyway.
In like Owl League, those are not considered at all in this acquisition. I'd be surprised if they ever came up in the talk. I said years ago that they were basically failing enterprises, and it ended up being that. Of course, I mean they're basically money sinks. So they're really looking at like the mobile play here. If you take anything away from like this acquisition, you want to look at King, because the Xbox's ability to syndicate via Game Pass all of the games that Blizzard has, as well as like their mobile division, is like the real story here. Okay, so
so I do see that changing. Like, I feel like maybe like WoW subscription. Like, I feel like maybe they would just require you to get the Xbox Game Pass, and they really. It's just like with Amazon Prime. That's the only like. The only reason that like Amazon like cares about Twitch, for example, is because like they want people to like be incentivized to buy Amazon Prime because they have this giant overarching thing that has the lowest because there's so many different things that Amazon Prime can do. They want to get as many different avenues. So it's like, I think it's a great business model to have like a subscription service that just encompasses the whole thing. Because if you buy Amazon Prime, not only can you get a free monthly sub and no ads on Twitch, but you can also like get free faster like shipping, or like free shipping or whatever. You can also get access to Prime Video. You get all this different stuff that you get with Amazon Prime, and it's probably linked to other services. Who knows? I don't know everything about Amazon Prime, but that's the reason why they care about Twitch, is because we can get people, we can kind of get a little bit extra money if we funnel people in from Twitch, because there's it's not a large like compared to like YouTube. It's definitely a smaller number of people. It's a very niche website, but like they can get like millions of people to potentially get Prime. So it's like, because they're like, hey, like you don't want ads, even though obviously people use ad blockers and shit. you know, you could subscribe for free games that Xbox has, the Xbox Game Pass has, which may or may not also have microtransactions. So it's like, not only are you incentivizing people to get Xbox Game Pass just for one game, you're now opening the door for them to potentially try other games. You're like opening the door and leading them towards getting other games to buy or whatever, and do microtransactions, which is where all the money really comes from, which is why mobile is, like he says, mobile is always going to be like the freaking biggest money maker, you know, because like people are so addicted to like Candy Crush and shit, and people want to like coin stuff with microtransactions.
Bobby Kotick will continue to serve as CEO.
Wait, did my stream cut out? It says I'm now live. Did it take that whole time for Stream Elements to? Oh, maybe it's maybe Stream Elements only just now did that. Yeah, it took 3 hours and 13 minutes for Stream Elements to know that I'm live. But Stream Elements was working when I used all the other commands. That's kind of funny. It took 3 hours and 13 minutes for Stream Elements to say that I'm live.
Of Activision Blizzard, and he and his team will maintain their focus on driving efforts to strengthen the company's culture and accelerate business growth. So this surprised a lot of people. A lot of people might have thought that because of the controversy with Bobby Kotick, if you haven't heard, he's kind of recently gone. He's been at the head of like a bunch of harassment claims and a bunch of problems with Activision Blizzard. There's been walkouts in the company. It's just been an entire mess. Bobby Kotick for a really long time has been implicated in these claims, and people might be wondering, well, why didn't Microsoft immediately kick him out, or what's going on there? So the whole problem with...
Yeah, so this is one of the things where it's like I can really use some extra insight because, you know, obviously it's one thing to like go off like the optics. Like I said, this is kind of a optics landmine, but now I'm actually like really happy that he's addressing this. Of course, I knew he would. This is like, you can't talk about this whole acquisition without talking about that. But maybe it's not as you know, I don't really know necessarily how this all works, because some things like like obviously in the public opinion, like on Twitter and Reddit and shit, people will say certain things, but that's not necessarily how it ends up working out in reality, you know?
Activision has always been that Bobby Kotick has had a lot of control over Activision, and the board and him as CEO, it's really, really hard to remove him. And a lot of people have been linking this like super interesting image I'm going to go try to find right now, that I had up, but I lost it, I think, because I'm one of those people that has like 2 billion tabs, so I got to go find this.
Yeah, I usually only keep one tab open if at all possible. I really dislike having so many tabs open.
So people are looking at this, and they're seeing that on a change of control, which means like the company changes over, Bobby Kotick is entitled to like $292 million. So this is just like his contract with Activision Blizzard, that when you're an executive, your employee contract at a company.
Oh, so I see. If they get rid of him, they're gonna have to, like, you know, they're legally required to like pay him. So he has to be doing it on, like, he has to step down on his own. That's okay. So this makes sense. I never actually knew this. I learned something today. Dogs lay eggs.
The chances?
Hey, you know what's funny? I always thought that dogs laid eggs. And I learned something today.
Yeah. So, yeah. So it's like, you know, I didn't. That's why people always get asked to step down. They don't actually terminate because it's a money thing. If he was terminated, he would be eligible for, like, what is it? Well, if he had a disability, if he was able to claim disability, he would be paid off $253 million. So they're going to do everything possible to not give him disability. You see? Like, this makes sense now. It's a money thing. I mean, I should have already known that. But, like, like the actual, like, reasons.
Is going to protect you aggressively, especially if you have, like, a lot of control within that company. So
the thing is, in effect, is they're going to do everything possible to avoid these, and it's like it just becomes a whole mess. You can't really hold people. You can't really like expect them to actually like get rid of people because they're going to have to put in a lot of money to do that, and like they're just going to be like, we're just going to like just wait until that person steps down, and maybe even try to like ask them to step down, like suggest it very very strongly,
The reason why Bobby Kotick basically got to decide if he wants to leave or not, even under all the controversy, was just because of the contract and the employment that he terms that he has with Activision Blizzard.
So if they can determine that he actually has cause, which they would have to pay him significantly less. It'd only be $254,000. But if he like gets disability, it's like $253 million.
Blizzard and the control he has over the board, either subjectively or objectively.
And I can't see the one where termination by Activision Blizzard without cause or termination by employee for good reason following a change of control.
Right. So termination by Activision Blizzard for cause means that Activision Blizzard can basically terminate for some egregious offense that Bobby Kotick has done. Now, for cause is actually defined in every contract differently. I haven't read Bobby Kotick's like employment contract, right?
Yeah, I mean that would all be like private.
I don't even know if that's public, but my guess would be that for cause is in some like extreme like embezzlement or felonies or.
Yeah, I mean even that they would pay him, but he would probably go to prison, And obviously, he does these people would do everything possible to, like get around and like, do some like legal foo, like say, oh, well, technically you can't fire me for cause because I did this, or, it's not technically defined, like they weasel their way out of it. It's so fucked up. And, this is why like XQC said like, Canceling is actually good where the legal system fails, because the court of public opinion, it's like, well, this person can't legally we can't take legal action against this person, but we can actually spread like the information over like what that person actually did, and like basically set up a very hostile environment so that somebody who's causing harm like has to step down,
Or whatever, because apparently like harassment and implications of that sort of stuff wasn't enough to justify for cause, or wasn't enough for the board to act. So most likely Kotick feels very well protected by these two things. He's probably going to walk with either $265 million or $292 million. So people are wondering, well, Microsoft is buying the company, like can't they change things within it? Well, no, not necessarily, right? Because
I mean, it was a previous contract. I mean, it's already binding. They would in order to change this contract, they'd probably still have to pay him out. Like, so it would be in effect the same way, I'm guessing.
They're buying the company under the auspice of the previous contracts, and they're absorbing those contracts, all the employee contracts and all the agreements that were in that company before.
Yeah, it's a total legal nightmare. Like, honestly, like I almost wanted to, for a while, I wanted to like study law and at least become a paralegal, but it's such a fucking drain. Oh my fucking, I would never be able to be a lawyer, honestly. Even like a paralegal. Like, just, it's just so freaking mind-numbing, exhausting. Legal language is so freaking ridiculous.
Guess is that they would not.
But I mean, it's the best we got,
Not have even been able to buy this company without Kotick signing off. He just has that level of control over Activision Blizzard. So they most likely had to acquiesce to whatever he wanted.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously it's like, hey, like, you scratch my back. We're going to make the best situation for both of us. We don't want you spending $290 million on me, but I also, like, don't want to step down with nothing, or whatever. So it's like, they probably reached a compromise. Business deals are, very personalized and unique to each individual contract and all that, It's like people on the internet, they just think that things work a certain way. That's not how the world works. Even I know this autistic person who has to get disability, okay? Which I'm still waiting to hear the results. Like I said, 99.998% sure they're going to give me my monthly income, and it's going to be permanent. Like, so that if I make more money, they take it away, but they'll give it back as soon as I need it again, instead of having to reapply, because the whole application process has been causing me so much stress and anxiety and worry and mental health problems. Like, even just going to the hearing on Jan 6, like it was like a relief after it was over. A 40-minute phone call to decide whether or not I can have a basic income, and even then my life isn't going to be fixed just from that. But at the same time, it's going to be good knowing that I can at least have a chunk of money to take care of some things, and hopefully try to save up and hopefully move out. And hopefully I could actually build a career for myself, and maybe I will never need money again. If I get successful enough. Imagine if I could become like a freaking millionaire, I'll be safe. I'll have some safety. I just need a safety net. And that's what this whole SSI thing was about. But who knows? Maybe I can be a super successful content creator. I mean, I'm already seeing an upward projection on my OnlyFans, but like if I can start getting some projection upward climbing on my YouTube and Twitch, that's like 2 whole new revenue streams. If I can get verified on Twitter and get super likes, that's because I also stream on Twitter. I'm streaming on Twitter right now. I have like a whole giant like empire I can build. I don't think I could, I don't want to sell myself short. But honestly, I'm not expecting to become the next Amaranth. Okay. She's a fucking genius. But I need to give myself some credit. Like I'm very good at like digging my heels in and not giving up on things. And if nothing else, I endure and I persevere, which apparently according to my jazz theory teacher, with like 70 years of experience, in the professional music world, not just the academic world. He's very well known in the San Francisco Bay Area and all that. He's gone to multiple, but he loves teaching, and but he also loves performing, and he's been like they call them a lineman or whatever. He would basically do like studio and performance work for people like Michael Jackson or like Frank Sinatra and like all sorts of different people. I don't know who else, but it's like amazing teacher. But he told me in his jazz theory course, probably the most amazing course I've ever taken, had the most impact out of any class I've ever taken for music, was his jazz theory and also his improvisation and jazz combo classes. He's a very amazing teacher. He helped me so much. He's very like no nonsense. This is what reality is. This is what you should expect as a musician. Like this is what you need to know. Like. It's not just about playing your music. You have to be a good business person. It's like he knew about all this shit, my teacher. And it's like, he told me like every single person he's known who's found any kind of success in life, like, by writing novels, as a musician, as an actor, actress, etc., anybody who's ever achieved any kind of, in his 70 years of life, did so not because there's some amazing musician or whatever, and obviously that's required pretty much. But like, you have to be proficient. You can't just be like a beginner. I mean, I don't know. There's some people who are very successful and they're not that good. See, it's about showing up every single day and continuing to fight to improve and change your situation. Perseverance, hard work, perspiration, it's not about talent. Okay, talent is just something that you have, but perseverance is something you build. And so, I have a lot of hope for myself because if nothing else, I have that. I have endured my entire life. I have stood strong. I have dug my heels and said, I know that I'm going to be something big one day. I know that I am going to make a difference in the world. I know that I can add positive value to society. I know that I can entertain and help people go through a lot of hard times just by existing, inspiring people. I knew that I needed to be on the spotlight since I was a child, okay? But everybody around you tells you, oh, you shouldn't do that. Nobody makes it. And the thing is if you give up, you definitely make that happen. So if you have, I don't have a backup. I can't. I don't have any backup. Just like permanent disability. That's like my only, $1,000 a month that they're gonna give me or something. That's not enough. I need something more. And if anything, I'm gonna, I got so many different verticals. It's most likely gonna be my OnlyFans. that's going to start me out, But where I go from there, the sky's the limit. I don't have any like strict restrictions on what I do. Like I just do what I do. Whether it's sex work or whether it's streaming a video game or whether it's talking about business or whether it's talking about like, social injustices or, like whatever the fuck it is. Like I do what I do. I'm not a gamer. I'm not a Twitch streamer. I'm not just a sex worker. Like I'm Rebecca Lauren. Okay? Like I am a free agent. I do many things. I have no sense of limitation. Like, I don't want to bridle myself with only doing one kind of work. Okay? Like, some people have... obviously, everybody's consent for sex work, obviously. But, like, for the longest time, I was against it because I was like, oh, no, what are people going to think of me? It's like, no, like, I enjoy doing it. I haven't done it in a while because of depression and stuff. But, I enjoy doing it. And I enjoy obviously making money, but like, it's like not everybody should be held to that standard. It's a personal decision and there's many things to consider. And I think the world is changing to be more accepting of sex workers in general. And obviously it's an uphill battle, but I'm already transgender and I'm already autistic and I'm already poor. So I already have enough things. What's one more? Okay. So, in fact, it's making me money. So if anything, it's going to fix the problem.
More or less. In order to kind of even get this sold, right? And when it seems like a lot of money here, there's like $300 million, but when you're dealing with like $2.2 billion in mobile revenue alone, it's not a big deal to pay this guy off to get him out.
It's still not something you want to spend. Like, obviously, your goal is to make more money. But obviously, if you offset the fact that, like, if we get rid of this guy, it's going to change our optics in a positive way. And we can move forward and make more money in the long run. So they have to calculate all these things. And I'm just guessing, so take that with a grain of salt. Okay, I have literally no idea what the fuck I'm doing.
Like, even assuming that Microsoft even wants to do that.
But Devin Nash, however, owns like 4 or 5 different businesses. It represents top talent on Twitch, like Amaranth,
That these days, the loudness of cancel culture is so much more.
Yeah, people look at this is like I was talking about cancel culture. People think that things are a certain way just because they saw it on Twitter or Reddit. And it's ridiculous. It's stupid. It's not a reflection of reality, okay? Anybody can freaking log into an anonymous user account and start typing shit. I'm a random user person who's just talking into a microphone on a webcam, watching Devin Nash on YouTube. Like literally anybody can say anything, and you might get banned if you say something really bad, but like I don't know where people get this idea, and I think a lot of the people who are like this is kind of off topic and more political, but like all the people who are like protesting against the like people who were like QAnon and or like Trump supporters and all that, people who are fighting against like critical race theory, it's like, are they actually fighting against Twitter, and they think that that's what. Like, they think that that's what the government's doing? Do they think that the government is Twitter? So they're fighting against, we should have a right to believe. And it's like, okay, well, no, you're just on Twitter. Like, are you fucking stupid? Like, you think that, like, and then I don't know, it's just really fucked up. I feel like so many people are just batshit insane, completely lost, and think that Twitter and Reddit define reality. When it doesn't. It's just a bunch of people typing on the internet.
Than its actual impact on share prices or whatever. I actually think that Activision was an exception to that because the stock basically dropped like 37% over the course of the past few months. And I think this is a good example of like an appropriate outcry for something that like has like some pretty solid claims coming at Activision and Bobby Kotick himself. Unfortunately, I just don't think it has the staying power when we're thinking about deals that, like that are $70 billion. Like that's.
Yeah, money is always going to be the number one. I mean, if anything, like they're only going to pay attention to like, people getting called out for egregious behavior if it has a serious impact on their long-term bottom line. Like if keeping Bobby Kotick would end up like getting so many people angry that they boycotted this, like enough people boycott, like if it got very serious and then they got super super negative press, like, oh, Microsoft still allowing Bobby Kotick, and he's, you know, like, you know, if it got so bad, then yeah, it's not because of that. It's because it's like, it's egregious. It's bad enough that it's going to affect their bottom line. And it's, you know, obviously it doesn't mean that people are just only focused on money, but like in the end of the day, you know, you're going to make decisions as a business owner that affect your business in a positive way. Okay. So, you know, some people are strong enough people and good enough people and big enough people to make a stand, even if it loses their money, because they want social change. And that's something different though. And you have to understand, like, okay, well, what is profit? You know, profit could be money, but if you make money at the expense of entire marginalized communities or whatever, you know, like women, then it's like, well, like, what do you like? Are you like the devil? Like come on, like what? We're still human, okay? Like every now and then, like, hey, like, we could make more money if, you know, or we're going to lose money doing this, but I feel like we have like a moral obligation to do something in certain cases, you know, like, come on, like we have to make a stand somewhere. Everybody is uniquely, like, you know, we're biased because we're all human. Okay. Like we're not automatons, you know, it's not just about money, but honestly, it's just about money.
It's half of Twitter.
And like I said earlier, it should be. I mean, you're running a business. Your goal shouldn't be to just like, oh, I just want to hold everyone's hand and like, oh, we can forgive this person, and like, you know, we just want to, like, you know, we're not. Sometimes you have to fire people, and obviously in his case, it's like a really egregious thing, but like, sometimes like you can't, you know, maybe you have one, you know, a person like me, honestly, if I had a job somewhere and I was if I was underperforming and I was negatively impacting the company's bottom line, it would make sense that, you know, okay, like we understand that you need to, you know, we want to have compassion for you, but you're just negatively impacting the company and we have to let you go. Like there's things that happen, okay? And this is why it's so frustrating for me, because I need assistance. I'm autistic and I have interpersonal relationship deficits, you know, in the sense of like, I might just start screaming in the middle of it, like for whatever reason. Like I might just start like, you know, it's usually when I have like a point of contention. It only applies if you already have the job, because they're gonna they can hire you or not hire you for any reason. And I feel like that's kind of like the next step, is there needs to be some protections for people so that people can work even if they have problems, right? Like, so it's like, did you like my video? I haven't watched it yet. Please, I'm not gonna watch it on stream. You keep saying like homophobic slurs. Honestly, I don't know what you have to say about it, but like, yeah, just like there's a lot of red flags. And you're on like a website. If you're not even allowed to stream on Twitch, that means that you're against TOS. So I'm not even gonna play it. And just listening to it off, like, you know, I like muted my stream and didn't show it. Like, you know, just listening through like a bunch of your videos, like, dude, like you're kind of like a red flag. Anyway.
Twitter's market. Twitter, you could have bought Twitter for half that. Like, it's just so crazy how we have things like Twitter that can't justify a profit, and then you buy something like $70 billion in Activision Blizzard just because of the money that they're making. Like, when you're dealing with stuff like that, Bobby Kotick is like, you know, small fry. You're looking at him as a person you've got to work around in order to acquire the company, right? And so you're going to make concessions and based on his contract and what he's asking for and the control he has over the board. Because if he doesn't sell you being Microsoft, you know, $1 trillion most profitable company on earth, if he doesn't sell you that, then you're out a lot more opportunity and money. So you may look at Bobby Kotick as just a guy that you want to solve a problem for to get him out of the company, or maybe you want to keep him on because you just don't care about the PR, whatever, right? It's about the profits at the end, and business is business, baby. So that's like what's going on. So if people are wondering,
yeah, so it's like, if it does negatively impact, like if there's so much public opinion that people are actually boycotting the games, which is what happened. And as Asmon said, you know, it's like, it was kind of messed up. They put McCree, and McCree was just not even, like, you know, it's just a character named McCree. Like, everybody knew it as McCree. But like, because it was named after, so like, you know, because somebody named McCree like had issues or whatever, they actually changed the character's name. And it's like, that's kind of stupid. Like, it's pointing, like, I really agree with Asmon there. Like, it pointed out that, like, it made everybody focus on it. If they just like kind of just didn't do anything, nobody would have thought anything of it. But they called attention to it, and then it's like, well, now people are all like freaking out about it. Yeah, I haven't watched it yet, so I can't know, you know, but I'm not going to ban you just for, you know, what you say just right now. But like, honestly, like, I would highly suggest that, like, you know, maybe think about like how because it's not about politics, it's about just like basic human decency. You know, misgendering me, I mean, that's already a huge red flag. I'm a woman, she, her pronouns. So, you know, like, you're already wrong from the get-go. Just looking at the 15-minute mark, like, you're already misgendering me, calling me a male. That's wrong. I'm not male. I'm female. So like, I'm even legally female. So come on. Don't, you know, obviously if you say that on my chat, you're going to get banned. So far I have no reason to ban you, but, you know, just basically I'm not going to, I think that's more of a language thing. I think maybe that's might be a product of your upbringing. And I generally try to give people the benefit of the doubt. I generally try to give people room to grow, but there's a certain point where it's like, okay, well, this person is willingly, you know, knows what they're doing. But also, like, I think maybe you're just catering to your audience, so I kind of blame that. Honestly, I don't think that's going to scale really well. Like, you know, yeah, you have 500 viewers, but are you going to get any more than that? Because you're not going to be able to go on Twitch. You're not going to be able to, like, talk to Hassan or Destiny or Vosh or any of these people, because, like, maybe you'll talk to Destiny. I don't know. Think how you see it, though. I mean, I don't really know how you see it. I haven't watched your video. I'm gonna watch it later off stream just because it's about me, and only because it's about me. Honestly, I would never watch your shit, because it's like, you know, your talk with like Nick Fuentes and shit like that, and like, you know, that guy like seriously, like, come on, like, maybe the only person you'll ever get to collab with is like Destiny, and even then you can't use hateful language. You know, you're going to get, because he won't have you on his show. Like, you're just going to get so many less opportunities if you keep using that kind of language. I understand you want to have like freedom of expression, and yeah, some platforms have like, freedom of expression allowed on their platform, but those platforms usually go under. You know, they get, because it's just a huge landmine, because a lot of you don't think you're so bad because you use a couple slurs or whatever, but think about all the people who like want to actually harm people, who want to use that platform to just like propagate hate. And honestly, if you continue to push norms, like if you like say, oh, it's okay to just completely dehumanize marginalized communities, and just say, oh, it's okay to have an opinion when it's like negatively impacting entire demographics of people in a way that it's a different kind of violence. It's not physical violence, obviously it does, but you are empowering people who will cause physical harm to marginalized communities, because when they hear someone like you, oh, look, this guy, like, I really agree with him, and then they're like, oh yeah, I hate the gays or whatever, and then those people might commit a violent crime. Whereas you could say like, hey, like, you know, I don't understand this, maybe I should give it a try, maybe like I should try to understand someone more. Like, I'm trying to understand you, but it seems like a lot of people in your camp aren't willing to try to even listen to people who are like, you know, LGBTQ or the Black Lives Matter movement. These people seem unwilling, and I'm gonna give you a chance. He's a good friend of mine. I mean, you're giving off so many red flags, dude. Like, honestly, come on your stream this evening and we can talk. No, I don't want to be on an alt-right platform. Yeah. If you want to listen to what I have to say, you could watch my streams. But I'm not gonna give you a platform. I'm not gonna accept your platform, honestly. Like, you could just go fuck off. Like, honestly.
Wondering like why Microsoft hasn't taken action, or even levying some kind of claim that like Microsoft is implicit in this. They really have no control over it. Like Bobby Kotick had a contract and terms with the company long before Microsoft got involved.
Yeah, so it's like it's not that like the reason people are mad at you and people of your ilk. And like I said, maybe you're not so bad, but you're throwing out homophobic slurs, dude. Like, come on. Like, seriously, like, there's no room for that. There's no room for that in the modern world. Seriously. And whether or not you understand LGBTQ, whether or not you do, I mean, that's a personal, like, maybe there's a whole bunch of factors that go into that, such as, like, maybe you had an upbringing, and and I think it's like a lot of people in your camp seem to think it's about language. It's not about language. It's about the direct impact that language has on complete demographics of people. And when you act like your ability to say a slur is more important than somebody's mental health, which honestly leads to suicide in many cases. And the reason why trans people have such a high suicide rate is because there's so much pressure from around society that we are freaks, that we are disgusting, that we are wrong, that we're, you know, and that's based on, like, obviously some negative perception by a lot of trans people who are, and that's not necessarily because they're trans, but because they're like Twitter frogs that just, like, you know, people on the left who are just absolutely batshit insane, who fucking go around and, like, cancel people just for accidentally saying the wrong pronouns when they haven't even met the person or seen the person. They just see, like, a profile picture of, like, a cartoon character, and they just assume that somebody has pronouns, and then they like, you know, cancel them just because they just met them and used the wrong pronouns. Like, yeah, exactly. So, but you know, you're lumping leftists with marginalized communities, and most trans people are not on Twitter, as much as it seems, because most people on Twitter are batshit insane people like me. Okay, okay, I'm not batshit insane, but no, like, most people on Twitter, it's not a representation of reality. And this is kind of what I was saying earlier, is that a lot of people in your camp seem very angry about things that seem to only happen on Twitter or Reddit or whatever. And that's not indicative of reality. Most trans people just want to live their lives. They want to go to the grocery store. They want to just, you know, maybe they have a medical issue. They go to the doctor. You know, maybe we, you know, just want to go to work. Just want to get through the day. Just want to date somebody. You know, just want to fall in love. You know, like like most trans people are not going on Twitter flaming somebody with all caps, screaming at the top of their lungs that person is wrong and should be banned, and, like, you know, whatever, just because they said the wrong pronoun on accident. You know, like, it's bullshit. You were well spoken earlier. I think a lot of transgender people could benefit from the dialogue. Yeah, I mean, I've been talking about it for 2 years. You know, most people only see the box life, and you know, I am autistic, and that was only a few months after I started therapy, and even after I was diagnosed on the spectrum. And you know, not only that, I had only just started hormones, and my body was changing, my balance was changing. Not only that, I have an alcoholic dad who really rubs me the wrong way sometimes with you know, getting in my face. He smells really bad. He's very inappropriate, and he's changed a lot. I love my dad very much. In fact, you know, I hug him every day, and you know, I try my best to not yell at him. But, like, you know, he has a hip problem. I was right there to take him to the hospital. You know, people judge me based on some video that I deleted, that was then taken out of not really out of context, but, like, you know, painted by somebody who's on the right, who wants to, like, just make fun of trans people, propagated on Kiwi Farms, which is a platform where people specifically just want to like, you know, hate people just for being who they are. Like, come on, if you're gonna hate me because I'm an idiot, not because I'm trans. You know, like, if you're gonna hate me because I'm, like, very bad at chess, or that I'm, like, I just suck at video games, or that, like, you know, like don't hate me just because of who I am. You know, trans people are not what you see on Twitter. Okay, every single trans person I've met has been a pretty reasonable person, but we are angry. And some of that does come out, and sometimes more in other people. We're very angry because for most of, like, modern human history, and actually even most of, like, history since, like, a very long, like, hundreds and hundreds of years ago, trans people have had to stay hidden. had to hide who they are, because as soon as they started expressing themselves as who they are, they get lynched. They get attacked. And they said, oh, that's wrong. That's disgusting. And same with gay people, and also same with women in general. Women were expected to just always be seen, and just be at home and take care of the house. Like, it's like, it's like there's really like not much differences between gender, except for there's some changes in body chemistry and outward sexual characteristics, but like we're mostly all the same, I believe. You're the first trans person that's level-headed. Well, yeah, like I'm saying, I'm not the first trans person. Like most trans people I've met, like in my own community, like where I live, like most people I've met, they're pretty reasonable people. They're very calm and collected. Like most people are more, and I'm actually kind of crazier than most people. So keep that in mind, I don't know. I'll think about it, but if and only if you're willing to meet me halfway here. I don't want to be misgendered. I don't want any homophobic slurs or any kind of like negative language. I really think it has absolutely no place in discussion. Even if you think you should be allowed to say it, well, you could say it in your own mind, whatever. I don't want to have to be subjected to that. It's just harassment. So yeah, I mean, if you're willing to do that, I'm gonna have to watch your video first before I decide, because I mean, I don't know if you should just get fucked or not, So it's like, just judging by what I've heard, it seems like you're just like kind of like not very good decorum, okay? Like, honestly, but I don't know. I don't know. You can add me on Discord. I think that's it. Yeah, maybe. I don't know if I'd want to. I don't know. I just don't know yet. Because honestly, I just don't really know. I mean, honestly, like if you're willing to have some good faith and maybe try to meet me halfway, I'll try to meet you halfway as well. Because I really don't think we should just cancel people. I'm actually, the people who need to get canceled are people who are like committing egregious crimes and stuff like that. Like people who are, Ben Shapiro needs to get fucking canceled. But even him, shouldn't we want to meet him halfway and try to like, I don't want him to just keep doing what he's doing and just hating on trans people and stuff like that. I feel like we should, everybody has the capability in their hearts to, change. And not just change for the sake of change, but change because like their actions are causing harm. That's really what it's all about. I honestly don't care. I don't care about changing people just to change them. Like I really do think that like, I should be able to talk to somebody who completely just undermines the entire LGBTQ community and boils it down to language when it's really about the effect of the language. And I think there's a lot of stuff to be said about that. Yeah, I mean, if and only if you don't misgender me, and if and only if you don't use slurs. And I won't be streaming it because I don't know. I can't. Like I don't want to platform you, but I might go on your show. I'll leave at any moment if it gets bad. And honestly, I have to watch your stream before I can even decide. Compared to like Nick Fuentes and people like that, like you seem a little bit more reasonable. Honestly, there's still a problem, and the way I see it, and please don't take this the wrong way, I see it as a bunch of people who are misinformed. Like there's people who are brought up a certain way to believe certain things, including myself. I had a lot of internalized homophobia and transphobia. In fact, I thought that it was gross that people were trans. I thought it was gross that, like weird and wrong for people to change their penis into a vagina. And then I started like realizing like, holy shit, like these are people, like why am I? And then I realized I was trans when I was like 18. Now I'm 34. Okay. Like it took a really long fucking time. I went to like, when I was homeless, I ended up going to a church and I And like I was like trying to like study the Bible and whatnot, and it's just like all that kind of stuff. And it's I don't know. I did meet some good people in that church program or whatever, but like I don't hate people just for being a religion. I hate people for taking actions that harm people. And I feel like I don't even really hate them. I just don't want to. I don't want to put up with it. I shouldn't have to live every day harassed. Just and that being accepted, and it's unacceptable. It's really unacceptable to just completely ignore all the actual problems that a lot of trans people and other marginalized communities have gone through. And I think what it is I think people see the outrage. And they focus on that. They're saying, "Oh, look at all those Democrats or all those leftists or whatever. They're crazy." And it's like, well, maybe there's a reason why they're so mad. I think it's fucked up when people are like that. I totally agree with that. It doesn't make it okay to have harmful beliefs and to propagate those harmful beliefs, because there is harm being caused, whether or not somebody thinks they are or not. Like, you can do something and have the intention of like, oh, well, I have freedom of speech. But if your speech is creating a hostile environment for entire demographics of people, then it's like, well, what is that speech? Like, what is it like? Is it more important for you to say something that you just want to say, or but it has outward harm on people? Like yelling fire when in a crowded building, like a movie theater, when there's no fire, and then people can get trampled and killed. Yeah, I don't know. I'm probably not gonna be able to do it today. Like, honestly, I have to watch your video first. But I'm not gonna do that on stream. And right now we're doing business stuff. We're talking about Microsoft buying Activision Blizzard.
And those terms are enforceable on the acquisition of a company. And if you're any measure of a CEO or executive is always going to have change.
And just to be clear, the only reason I'm talking to you is because maybe you can have some good faith in this. And also, to be honest, it's only because you have a kind of like 500 viewers. So, and I have like 2. Okay, so just to be clear, like. Like if you had like the same number of viewers as me, like honestly, like I'm just gonna be real. It's like the only reason is because maybe I can reach you. Maybe I can reach other people and help people understand, not change them, not make them like give up all their deeply held beliefs, but maybe give a little bit more. Put a little bit more of the human and maybe get people closer, a little bit closer to what many people may define as God. Okay, which I have found. Okay, I have a spirituality that many people might accuse me of not having, because I found God. Okay, I would not be able to do what I'm doing transitioning if I had not. Okay, like this is It's just about love. It's just about, caring about people and, understanding that your actions have real life consequences, not just for yourself, but also for others. And that goes for me too. It doesn't just go for people I disagree with, Yeah, well, I mean, either way, I'm just not going to stream it myself. I'll just go on the Discord call or whatever. And honestly, if I'm not comfortable doing it, I won't. So we'll see. I'm generally pretty open-minded, and as some people might accuse me of otherwise. Like I said, it's usually because, it's usually because. It's because, like I said, it's usually because people see the actions of like a minority of people on Twitter or Reddit. And I feel like, I can be a part of the change in the discourse. And I think it has been happening for a while, that people are starting to understand more stuff about, hey, like trans people are just people with a different experience. And, what is gender really? Like, does it have any impact? Like, do you see most people's genitals? Like, come on, like does it really matter? Like, if you go to the grocery store, do you like go around grabbing everybody's crotch, like making sure they have a penis or a vagina? Like, does it have any real world impact whether or not you use somebody's pronouns? Like, it really doesn't. And like, a lot of the stuff that people talk about is about, we should protect the children. Well, the children are actually being the opposite of protected when they're getting denied basic access to healthcare that they need, which involves a very thorough and careful process by people who have the patient in mind to, these are the reality. It's like when people are unwilling to listen to facts just because they see people angry and protesting and against my opinion, against my beliefs, I believe the only way to protest is to be nonviolent. Once you start throwing things and like hurting people and even screaming at people, which I am guilty of because I scream at people, I don't protest. I protest in my own private way. Trying to better myself as a person and trying to like spread like what I have to say and trying to help the overall community. No, somebody's calling me. Be right back. Okay, yeah, I had to take a phone call really quick. It's not about, I can't change people's minds. You can't change somebody's mind. They have to do it themselves. And all you can do is just give them information, give them context, and hopefully they can think about it. And also that applies to me as well. I'm willing to give you the benefit of the doubt that, obviously after I watch your video, maybe I might change my mind, but like, who knows? I don't know. I just wish I wish the dialogue would change instead of just being us versus them, because we're all people. In fact, there's any number of reasons why somebody gets to a point of hate. And it's not necessarily that they have hate in their hearts. It might just be because they don't understand. And the same goes for me. I'm not perfect. Nobody's perfect. And the only thing I can do, and obviously it sucks that you have to have optics of like you have to, or whatever, you have to have the appearance of decorum just for people to listen to you. Nobody likes to listen to somebody who's screaming and shouting, and that's fucked up. That people, can't see like, objective reality. They only see what's in front of them. They only see like, they see someone screaming, they must be crazy. Like, no, it's like somebody might be screaming for a number of reasons. For me, it's like I'm autistic and sometimes I get panic attacks and you get into fight or flight response. And sometimes people push all your buttons and you end up yelling, and it hurts me too. I don't like to yell, but I've been learning de-escalation techniques in therapy. And yeah, like I can't change the fact that I have specific issues because of autism and also a certain experiences in my life growing up, but neither can anybody else. It's like some people are growing up and just they were taught like certain things, and they have a lot of things that may confirm that belief based on like very specific like random occurrences. But just remember that no one person speaks for the entire demographic. Not all white people are racist. Not all men are rapists. Not all trans people are batshit insane crazy lunatics. And if they are, it's not because they're trans. It's because they've also been led down a freaking rabbit hole. The anarchy, super duper socialism. They led down these rabbit holes by people on the internet that are absolutely crazy. That just have all these random thoughts that are like very based in like hatred and conspiracy. And it's like, a lot of people are autistic. It's just like, no matter what though, like racial and homophobic and transphobic slurs have absolutely no place in society. It's not about whether or not, and obviously, they don't have place on certain platforms because platforms like YouTube or Twitch or Twitter, they have a stance. Just like a lot of people have a stance for freedom of speech, that goes both ways. Twitter has the freedom of speech to say that they don't want it on their platform. So it's like freedom of speech works for everyone, not just one group of people. So it's like, if you think, maybe reframe the idea, the question, reframe the whole landscape, reframe the question. Like, try to understand that, like, different people have different lived experiences, and being, just like Christianity isn't a monolith. Not every Christian is the same. They're all individual people. Different churches are different. Different communities are different and have different values. Some are very harmful, but most are actually very positive. I've had generally positive experiences with Christian people. It's only the people who have deeply held dogmatic beliefs and who are unwilling to listen to logic and reason that I've had an issue with. And honestly, if we go with Ben Shapiro and his marketplace of ideas, those ideas are just inferior because they're very, people aren't trying to infringe people's rights. They just want, in fact, they're trying to uphold people who are marginalized rights. You're the person best fitted to explain this to the opposite side. Their audience has not heard this perspective before from someone not screaming. Yeah, exactly. It won't be today. So if it is anything, it's probably going to be like Friday. Oh, probably not. I don't know. We'll talk about it on Discord. But if I'll still have to watch your video first to screen. I honestly don't. I don't know. I'll give it a try. Okay, I'm trying to be open-minded, and honestly, I could just say no, but then no progress will be made. And I do believe that we should talk about, I feel like a lot of people just want to cancel everything without even trying. But like, I feel like there's not going to be any change unless we can try to have some common ground. It's like with the whole Jubilee thing. It's uncomfortable, it's difficult, and it might go against our deeply held beliefs, and that goes for both sides. But I really don't, it doesn't mean that everything that I say is correct, but that goes true for the other side as well. Not everything that people say is true just because you believe it. Don't believe everything you think.
Change of control stipulations in their contracts, right? Like when we sold CLG, we absolutely had that. So there's always going to be executives that have a lot of, as much control as they possibly can over acquisitions. Like when you bring Activision Blizzard was already a merger, right? Activision bought Blizzard a long time ago. So when you buy a company like that, you already have like those stipulations in place for when you sell the company again. Okay, so gaming is the most dynamic and exciting category in entertainment across all platforms. Will play a key role in the development of metaverse platforms. There's that word again. I can't tell you.
I still can't wait till we get enough more information about metaverse and meta. Like I can't wait for Devin Nash's video. This guy is so great. I don't like worship him or anything. I don't worship anybody. Like, it's like he's still like kind of like a niche, but he's very intelligent and very has a lot of insight into business, especially particularly into the new media like YouTube and Twitter and like stuff like that. Mostly like YouTube, like mostly like Twitch and stuff like that. Excuse me. But honestly, like I don't listen to him just because I like him. I listen to him because I've seen like almost every single one of his videos, and I he has a lot of insight that it has. Obviously, I'm not going to just like take what he says at like oh yeah, he knows everything. I'm just going to believe what he tells me. Like, no, it's because like I like what he says, and he has some insight. Doesn't mean I agree with everything he says, but I try to give him the benefit of the doubt because he knows what he's doing. And judging from he's still he's very respected in like the Twitch sphere and all that, so it's like I generally am very eager to hear what he has to say on any topics. When metaverse becomes a lot more prevalent and a lot more relevant and all that kind of stuff, and when things actually start to happen, I can't wait to hear his take on it. Every single time I see one of his videos, I'm excited to see it because it's like, okay, I get to hear his take on it. Like, it's pretty cool. I feel like he should have a lot more subscribers, but he has a pretty cool community, and his Discord is probably like a lot of the top business owner, like top minds in business, are part of his community. So he's like a freaking I mean, he's not like he's relatively small, like compared to most of YouTube. But I feel like, he deserves a lot more viewership, honestly. Like, I feel he has a very deep, very big impact compared to the number of people he reaches.
How much I have realized in like running a creative agency, how much like this means to like larger companies, and I truly personally believe that like metaverse as a concept is the future, and like that Facebook and like Microsoft are all, and Amazon and well, not Amazon because they're shopping though. Sorry, Facebook, Google, everybody that owns social media platforms will all be like vying for control of like the metaverse space. And when I say metaverse, what I'm saying is I'm saying like the overall way that you interact with the new web, including in VR and AR, is going to be a really big deal. We're investing deeply in world-class content, community, and cloud to usher in a new era of gaming that puts creators first and makes gaming safe, inclusive, and accessible to all. So I think this statement here for safe and inclusive and accessible to all is Microsoft's way of acknowledging the difficulty of the past several months with the accusations towards Activision. And they're basically inadvertently saying, look, we're going to be a part of fixing this. That's how I...
Yeah, they're really kind of in a unique situation where Microsoft gets to take advantage of this. It's a very, very strategic play. They're gonna do really well with this, I think.
I take that, right? Is like they can't outright come out and tell you like we're aware of the problems at Activision and we intend to fix it.
Yeah, that would be an optics nightmare, because then they would be seen as like, oh, they're trying to be woke or whatever. This is kind of part of the issue, is people just kind of see what's in front of them and based on what they've experienced from seeing other people. So it's like when you see a company makes a decision, it's like it's the tendency is to just say, oh, well, they're only doing that because of it. And it's like, no, there's the number one reason is because of money, okay? And they saw an opportunity and they're taking it. And that's pretty smart, honestly.
But you're going to see this sort of inclusiveness and accessibility message everywhere, which is kind of implying that like Microsoft is aware of the problem. Bobby Kotick is going to get under the leash of Phil Spencer, and like in time this problem will be solved. Now I'm going to talk about some problems with that, but that's kind of...
Yeah, it is pushing this narrative of like being woke, which I think is wrong. I'm not wrong, but like I mean it's a step in the right direction, at least calling attention to injustices. But honestly, it's not about the appearance of being woke. It should just be like a given. Like, and also this whole idea of woke, like, what does it even mean? Like some people, and usually people who are actually like, progressive don't usually say that they're woke. Usually the only people who say they're woke are like people who want people to think that they're progressive. And it's like, well, it shouldn't matter what people think. You should just want human beings to, be treated with dignity and respect. Like,
kind of the gist of like that. At least that's the kind of how I think about it. Okay, so here's some stuff from Phil Spencer. Great. And some more stuff here. Mobile is the largest segment of gaming, with nearly 95% of all players globally enjoying games on mobile. Microsoft Activision will power players to immersive franchises like Halo and Warcraft virtually anywhere they want. Games like Candy Crush, Activision Blizzard's mobile business represents a significant presence and opportunity for Microsoft. So you're kind of seeing that like mobile is here to stay. I know that's to the great dismay of the many PC gamers like myself listening to this video.
Yeah, like didn't they like make that whole like mobile Diablo game? Like, come on. The fact that you have to play on a phone instead of just being able to play on your computer, and that like emulation of hardware is like discouraged. That you can't have the option to play a mobile game. I think it's changing. I think a lot of games, can have like a desktop version sometimes, but like it's kind of ridiculous. Like you should have, if you're gonna do a mobile game, make it cross-platform. Like, what was it? Raid Shadow Legends. Like, they have a mobile. It's mobile, but they also have a Windows app.
Video, but yes, mobile is like the huge reason why they bought the company. That's reinforced right here, and you probably.
And it's just like, how can you really engage with the game in a meaningful way if it's just on your phone? Like, if you're gonna play a game, like, you kind of want to have, like, you know, a comfortable setup. And a phone, like, overheats. It can run out of battery. It's dependent on, like, the connection, which, because it's smaller device, like, it's not going to be as strong of a connection as if it could have been, like, you know, on a powerful, like, PC with, like, 128 gigabytes of RAM and, like, the newest, like, RTX or whatever, like, graphics card, like, all that kind of, like, you know, you can't actually run the game on, like, your hardware that you want to run on it. You have to run it on a phone that's going to be really cramped and, like, it's going to heat up and drain all your battery, you know?
Probably you're going to see mobile versions of Warcraft and all kinds of other BS over the
Oh, God, if there's a mobile Warcraft, that'd be pretty funny.
the next couple of years, just kind of part of it. The other big part of this is Game Pass. Which has 25 million subscribers. That's a staggering amount of people, honestly. That actually surprised me so much that Game Pass has 25 million subscribers. There's so many people, and that's going to be a really big part of why they acquired this, because Activision Blizzard has a lot of monthly active users.
Oh, they actually made old school RuneScape mobile. Yeah, RuneScape is probably the most successful as far as, like, it's still played even after, like, it's still played after, like, what, like, it's been like 20, like 24, like 20, like 22 years at least. Like, when did it come out? When did RuneScape come out? Yeah, 2001. It's been out for, like, it's been out for like 21 years. I mean, kind of. World of Warcraft came out 2004. What is the oldest surviving MMO? You can still play. Okay, Lord. Okay, when's Ultima Online? Ultima Online is probably the oldest that's still played today. However, I don't think many people play it. How many people play Ultima Online? How many active players? 344,000 play RuneScape. So yeah, average players one. Oh, that only 1,000? Yeah, so I guess it would go to Ultima Online then. The Ultima Online, it's like it's kind of like RuneScape, I guess. Like, similar style. Wait, what? OSRS? What's OSRS? Oh, old school RuneScape, obviously. Oh, it's got 100K. Yeah, so this is Ultima Online. Whoa. That's a lot of text on the screen. Why would anyone want to play this game? What the fuck? Like, seriously, why would anyone want to play this game with that much freaking clutter on the screen? It's ridiculous. This game looks just, like, difficult to even know what's going on. Like, what the hell? Old school RuneScape player stats. Number of players. Well, that was just players per month. How many concurrent players? 157,445. Yeah, so I guess old school RuneScape would probably be the most popular and oldest surviving MMO, which is ridiculous. How many people play Final Fantasy XI? Over 500,000 players. So Final Fantasy XI is, like, very niche on current retail. There's 500,000 players playing, and Final Fantasy XI came out May 16, 2002. So I would say that It's not the longest surviving, but it like 500,000 people still play. Like that's kind of crazy. Final Fantasy 11 retail. I mean, yeah, 19 years in, Final Fantasy 11 is still a MMO. They added the master levels, FF11 master levels. They added the master levels. The feeling of how are they? Who loses? Yeah, I almost want to play. I almost want to. I almost want to like reactivate my account. I mean, not re. I almost want to start playing again. Because I want to try out the master levels. Because they added the master levels where you could level your sub job, and I have a couple level 99s. I think I was focusing on Dragoon or Dragoon mostly. Last time I was playing, and I actually want to try it out because it might. I don't know if it feels. It might feel. It might feel the same way the game used to. Who knows? That maybe they're bringing back the game to its roots of just like hanging out with your friends and grinding stuff instead of just doing. They see what Final Fantasy 11 retail. They're trying to make it more They tried to make it more pick up and play. And so, like basically, you could do everything. You can do a lot of stuff without even teaming up with people. Obviously, the most difficult endgame stuff, the stuff I haven't even really gotten to yet. I got to like a bunch of level 99s, and I got like, but I still have a lot of grinding to do because I haven't even mastered any of my job classes yet. I want to master Dragoon first because Dragoon is really pick up and play and easy to. It's just a DD that has like some unique abilities that are kind of cool. I want to get my Dragoon mastered first. Then then I have also like Thief and Rune Fencer, and I have Red Mage and Black Mage, and I want to get all those mastered, which takes a lot of time because you need a ton of capacity points. You need a ton of job points, and I don't know. You just have to grind those. But they're relatively easy to do. In fact, you could even just pay people guild just to like AFK while they do it. It's kind of lame, but like that's really just like the beginning of the game. Like most of the stuff that you do in the game, you can't use trusts, which allow you to solo most of the game. But like most of the leading up to the end game. Once you get to the end game, though, I really have not experienced the current retail Final Fantasy 11 end game. I would love to give it a chance. And now that they have master levels after a huge update, and they started adding some more storyline content as well, I kind of want to get into it again. Possibly not for another couple months. I think it's when I'm going to be. When I'm going to be waiting between my my bottom surgery, because I'm going to be getting my my vaginoplasty hopefully by the mid to late summer if everything goes well. There's a bunch of stuff going on that's kind of like being really annoying, but at least I get my orchiectomy at the end of February to kind of tie me over. But I'm probably going to start playing Final Fantasy 11 again. I don't really know if I'll play a lot of it on stream. I'm probably just like focusing on doing React content like this and doing like League of Legends or chess. I may start playing Final Fantasy 11 on stream, but like honestly, Final Fantasy 11, I like to have like that's like a game that I have for me. Like I don't really want to do it on stream. I don't know. It depends. Obviously, if I start getting some viewership from it, that would be cool. But I don't really think that's the case. Nobody really cares about Final Fantasy 11. It's one of those games you don't really. It's not really fun to watch. It's a game that you just play. Like it's always been kind of like that.
Users, and in tons of countries, and so putting them on Game Pass just increases the likelihood that people are going to subscribe and add value to that service. So that's a very big deal. The deal is expected to close in fiscal year 2023 and will be accredited to non-GAAP earnings per share per close. So that's really important.
Yeah, a lot of people were talking about it as if it already happened. And it's like, no, this is a business deal. Things are really slow,
The deal is expected to close in fiscal year 2023. And then if we go look over at Xbox themselves that announced this, there was a really, really important announcement by Phil Spencer here. And he said... until this transaction closes, Activision Blizzard and Microsoft Gaming will continue to operate independently. Once this deal is complete, Activision Blizzard business will report to me, CEO, Microsoft Gaming. Okay, so I want to talk a little bit about that because a lot of people are saying, okay, Microsoft just absorbed all of Activision.
So that being said, I mean, I feel like this, it's been kind of made a joke. It's like, oh, World of Warcraft is already a patch. But I also think because this deal is happening, that it's kind of pushing, the devs of World of Warcraft to start to like up their game, you know? I feel like there's something like, even though the business deal hasn't technically closed, I feel like it's already a done deal because, like, in effect. But that's just my personal opinion. It's probably not based in reality, you know?
Activision's problems, or Microsoft has to solve all these problems with Activision or whatever. They don't, right? They basically, these two businesses are operating. First of all, so a lot has to happen between a deal, like the two boards deciding that they're going to sign and ink a deal, which is what happened. So these announcements are the boards of directors of Activision and the board of directors of Microsoft have both signed a deal saying we are going to acquire this company. This is going to happen. Now it's got to go to the SEC, right? So the United States government looks at every deal, $92 million or more, and says, okay, is this a antitrust violation? Are there any problems with this deal? Are we going to make you sell off some franchises? And my personal opinion on that is there's going to be some people that are saying, okay, well, what about antitrust? Will this make Microsoft a monopoly because they own too much of I don't think so. And the reason I don't think that is because Microsoft will probably make the case that this is a gaming industry acquisition, and gaming is pretty diversified. You've got Take-Two, you've got Google in there, you've got all kinds of like big companies that are doing stuff in that space. So I don't think that Microsoft acquiring Activision Blizzard is in of itself like a monopolistic move as far as the government is concerned. Now that you never know, it could really go either way. And again, the share price differential, right, is in part the belief that this deal isn't even going to close till the end of 2023.
The thing is that like a statement like we are planning to do it is a huge broadcast to like investors, and it really does influence the market. Like when you announce that you're going to do this, like this is huge. So it does really have immediate changes. It's just the actual technical changes don't really happen for later.
At the earliest, so 2 years is a long.
I mean, it has gone from like 82.31 to like 95, like per stock.
Time. What? Actually, 2 years is a long time.
Like just the announcement itself raised up the stock price. You know.
And what could happen? You got to go through all the way through 2022. You've got to go all the way through 2023. So that's a long time for a lot of stuff to happen. But more importantly, Microsoft doesn't have to absorb a lot of the problems that are happening at Activision Blizzard right now because the acquisition and the control and the management via Microsoft is not even going to happen until these deals get approved. Then you also have to consider these deals
Hey, Space Ducks!
Got to get approved in Europe. It's got to get approved in Asia. So there's just tons of stuff that has to happen before this deal closes. And there's going to be a lot of talk over the next couple of days that's telling you that like Microsoft is going to change things at Blizzard or Activision, but
so there's a difference between like there's kind of like some politics going on. So even though they don't have any like specific, they don't have like legal or like they don't have actual control over the company. The fact that they're announcing the future projection and like it I feel like it does steer the company in a direction where they feel a little bit more pressure to kind of try to like please the the new overlords, if that makes
consumer are not going to see anything different happen for 2 years.
I think we're going to see some significant changes for the reason I just said. I think there's a lot of politics involved, and even just announcing this already increased the stock price,
At a minimum. And that's if there are no problems with the regulatory reviews that have to happen or the shareholders approving in Activision's case, which they have no reason not to. But you can just see there's a ton of like hiccups and problems that could happen here. And the most important thing to take away from this video, I think, is that nothing will really happen here until 2023. So
I mean, from like a business standpoint, from like the like actual like management and all that stuff. But I really do think it does change the way the developers approach the games. Because they're like, okay, well, this is we're gonna have to like, we don't want to make too many changes by the time by the time they actually run the show. So it's like let's kind of like make sure that they like what we're doing so that we can just have more autonomy. You know, maybe they'll feel more social. Maybe they'll feel more like more pressure to like match Microsoft's vision. So even, I mean, maybe they won't do that. Maybe they don't give a fuck. Who knows? I mean, this is Activision Blizzard we're talking about, you know. But at the same time, it's like it does have a very real effect because not everything is just technical. Some things are political, you know.
All the news you're seeing, that it's like one of the reasons I really make these videos is because all the news you're seeing is wrong, saying that like Microsoft is going to have some huge impact over Activision.
Yeah, you know the irony. I mean, what's funny is his thing literally says Microsoft buys Activision Blizzard. He's saying exactly what he's calling out. Like he's literally clickbaiting. So it's kind of funny.
Activision and is going to address all these concerns with Bobby Kotick. They won't. Like all this stuff is going to stay the same for 2 years at least. And
yeah, I don't agree with that. I think there are going to be some changes. Just to increase their public image. I feel like now they're going to be held up to a higher standard, and maybe they'll make some more concessions to the community. You know, you never know. I mean, obviously it could go either way, and obviously they don't have to, but they might, because maybe that'll be better. If it affects their bottom line, it doesn't matter. Like, you know, they'll do it. If they know that, like, hey, we're expecting Microsoft to buy us out, and the everybody's looking at us, and they're expecting us to live up to that standard, then maybe they're going to start making some internal changes, like on their own accord, not because of Microsoft, but just because of the pressure.
And then there's going to be a merger and acquisition. And whenever M&A happens, my experience has been that companies operate slower, not faster. Like, there's a lot of people saying that, like, oh, like maybe this means we're going to see StarCraft 3, or maybe we're going to see like.
Yeah, probably not StarCraft 3. Yeah, probably not StarCraft 3. I don't think that is ever happening. StarCraft 2 is already kind of a niche game. Barely anybody. I mean, I don't want to say barely anybody, but like it's not as big as it was. Honestly, like most people are playing League of Legends nowadays, and I don't even think there's any really there hasn't been a serious, like, I mean, StarCraft 2, like, and Warcraft 3 seem to be like the only games that are played competitively today, and it's like played internationally, so it's not just in the United States or in Europe. Like, actually in China, Warcraft 3 is a big game. StarCraft 2 is huge in Korea, but not as big as StarCraft remastered, like StarCraft Brood War. But you know, that's a completely different story. I mean, we're not going to see a StarCraft 3 because like it's just not as popular as it was.
You know, Owl League improved. Like, bro, Owl League is going to be long gone before this acquisition comes through. I'm sorry to say, okay? And
yeah, Overwatch has kind of like died out. Obviously it's not like dead. Like I said, you know, people still play old school RuneScape. So it's like there's always going to be people interested in it. But like whether or not they're going to expand it is like, you know, a different story. Like there's still always going to be people playing StarCraft competitively. There's always going to be people like even playing Warcraft 3 competitively. So it's like, you know, it's just like that's kind of a different thing. Like you can still have a niche, but that doesn't mean that like the companies are looking at things from a giant like macro perspective. Obviously within the micro it's not dead, but in the macro it's dead. Like compared to like Halo Infinite or something like that just came out and everybody's been hyped up about it. Like everybody's obsessed with like people are going to be really like Halo Infinite is going to be a big deal. But you know, like all, you know, these games like Call of Duty or like or like Valorant, or League of Legends. Like these games are like really what they're focused on because they're much bigger impact than the smaller niche games. It doesn't mean when people say the game is dead, I don't think they mean like that it's like gone. They just mean like it's a very niche player base. And it's a large player base. Interesting enough, comparison to transgender people, we're like 0.5% at best most likely a lot less, like 0.1% or even like 0.05% of us are trans, but it's still millions of people because there's like 8 billion people on the planet. So, you know, so it's like millions of people are trans. It's just it's like comparatively there's a lot less of us. If you get a room full of 100 people, it's not even guaranteed any one of those people is going to be trans.
As for Blizzard and my own personal,
So just like even though people still play StarCraft 2, it's not as much as people as play League of Legends or something like that. And I don't really think there's any like competitive RTS out there right now other than StarCraft 2 and Warcraft 3, unless I'm wrong. As far as like competitive gaming goes, I have not really heard of any competitive gaming for RTSs outside of like Korea and you know, like StarCraft 2 in the non-Korean leagues is like kind of a lot smaller, but in Korea, you know, but that's like very niche.
opinion, but just putting on my own hat here about what I think. I have zero confidence in Blizzard as a company to make great games at this point. I mean, I have lived through Warcraft 3 Remastered, Diablo 2 Refunded, and I just don't believe they can make a good game, damn it. They're regurgitating Call of Duty games. I would consider their mobile games as declining IPs. They have an incredible amount of users, but there are other mobile games that are really pushing the needle. And I just don't really believe.
Wait, I need to learn a term. Business term IP. Okay. Intellectual property. Okay.
I mean, their revenue is going up, right? Like, you just look at their public records. Their revenue is going up, and it's going to continue to go up. But in terms of, like, will these guys dominate the gaming industry? Will something like Diablo 4, which will assuredly be like a triple AAA release, but will it really compete with, like, the mobile revenue? No, I don't think so. I don't think that.
Yeah, it's mobile revenue. It appears. It's funny as I'm talking just like him. Like mobile games appeal to like like a lot more people. They're a lot more approachable. They usually have a much smaller learning curve, kind of appeals to the lowest common denominator. Usually, like, you know, like people like, it's easier for people to make microtransactions when they're on their phone on the toilet, you know, like they're like, oh yeah, you know, I could just like, you know, do this for like 30 minutes or I could just coin it, you know, like people do stuff like that. So it's just going to have like the most mass appeal, you know. But it doesn't mean that, like, you know, that's you know, obviously nothing is just one thing, because mobile gaming exists, PC gaming exists, console gaming exists, and then also, you know, believe it or not, gaming is not the only thing in reality. You know, there's lots of different things going on in the world. You know, you look at YouTube compared to Twitch, there's a lot more users, and, you know, you could say it's because it's a bigger company. Obviously, that's true, but it's also because YouTube has much more, it has more active users, but it's because there's so much more than gaming. In fact, gaming is probably like the smallest percentage of users on YouTube. Most people, like, you know, or like educational videos, or like, you know, like vlogging, or like, you know, documentary, or, you know, even like political content. You know, there's so many varied content on YouTube. It's why it's everything's, you know, you have everything as an option. You don't have to exclude anything.
Blizzard makes good games. I think their management and just the corporate culture, the difficulty of operating there right now is too much, and there are other studios that are just doing a way better job of taking those problems on. You've got Take-Two, like I mentioned before. You got Riot. You've got a lot of people doing some really cool projects that are announcing a lot of new stuff, and they're diversifying. They're diversifying rapidly. Like Riot's in music. Riot's in
oh shit! When did that happen? Riot, gaming. Music acquisition, music platform. What is it? Sessions? Choosing Sessions, 43 track album, completely free to use in your content. Sessions is a collection of music developed in partnership with a number of talented musicians that anyone can use in their content without concerns of copyright strikes. Oh, so they started this whole thing too. Even Riot Gaming. The latest drop features 43 tracks by 25 artists, inspired by Diana's moonlit journey through nature and the dreamscape of her own mind. Riot Games Music is committed to continue to explore the possibility of sessions for the long term, so stay tuned for what future releases they have in store. That's pretty cool. They really capitalized on this problem with DMCA stuff. Sessions would not have been possible without the collaboration of amazing musicians and artists who worked on the project. Thank you for coming. That's pretty cool. Let's see. Creative Safe Collection. This is all like kind of lo-fi stuff. Yeah, this is all like kind of like lo-fi, like chill pop style. That's pretty cool. I'm just like, I'm kind of getting sick of chill pop. Okay, can people do something else, please? Like why is the only thing that gets released DMCA safe always have to be like chill pop? Like, why is it always chill pop? I guess like I said, it's the lowest common denominator. I feel like there's like you kind of pigeonhole yourself. That, you know, obviously it's popular, but it's like, you know, it's kind of becoming like homogenous. Especially like here, if I go to YouTube and I type in chill beats. Look at this. It almost seems like there's so many like Simpsons thing. It almost seems like they're developed by like machine learning. Like you listen to so many of these things, they almost all sound the exact same, and it almost sounds like it's just like all creativity has been taken out of it most of the time. Obviously, it's really good. I mean, I do enjoy it, but it's just like can we have something more than just this? Like, come on, like there's, and obviously that, you know, people are always going to try to do more than just one thing, but it's just like, come on. If I type in chill beats, I've listened to like a lot of these videos, and they almost all sound the same. It's like the same tracks, and even a lot of these videos, it says it's 3 hours, but it repeats itself. It's only like 30 minutes of music, or like an hour of music, like repeated multiple times. So it's like, why is it a 3-hour video if it repeats itself? Like, shouldn't it be 3 hours of unique, like of unique playlist? Like, shouldn't every song on that be different instead of like repeated like 4 times? It just sounds, it's just so freaking annoying. But like, what's with all like, how come it uses like the Simpsons, like every single one? Like, it just seems like it's developed by like machine learning.
In multiple different game genres now. Blizzard's last unique IP was Overwatch, and look how that's doing, right? Like, and we want to talk about esports. Let's talk about esports for a minute. There's no way that esports is going to be a successful revenue vertical. It hasn't been a successful revenue vertical for anybody, right?
Yeah, esports is very niche, and the only people who it's really not. I mean, it's almost like it's like non-profit, because it seems like esports is really only for the people who want to be in esports, and it's not very profitable for the masses. Why do you look like that? Why do I look like what?
Been a loss leader for every single person. Debatably Riot Games, but I mean, they're kind of like using it as a means of selling MTX in their games, more or less. Is like I kind of view.
Yeah, it's always going to be microtransactions, but that's the future, because it, you know, especially when you see like marketplaces where like you could actually, if you get a skin or something like that from like a loot box, you could actually sell it on the marketplace. Like a weird goblin thing? Come on, dude. Come on, dude.
At least from a purely marketing, like financial, like ROI perspective, I see like Riot's investment in esports is like a purely a marketing.
I'm going to eat your brains.
Okay, is that good enough for you? Are you done? Did you jizz yet?
Move to like pull more people onto the game. And buy stuff, which has been really successful. But that's not to say that like esports as a standalone thing is making money off of sponsorships or advertisements or whatever. Nobody would say that at a team level or at a company level. So OWL has been an absolute money vampire, and so has Call of Duty League. And the confidence of people within Call of Duty.
Just that I do see a therapist every Friday. Actually, and I think it's actually kind of presumptuous that people say like, "Oh, you need to see therapy." It's like, okay, you're basing you're basing my mental health based on my actions. And I don't even know why you would think that I need therapy just for being here, chilling here, watching a YouTube video and commenting on it. She's not doing her job. She's very okay. So there's a common misconception about mental health is people see people see people's actions and they attribute that to mental health. In fact, I was actually I was actually talking about this earlier, how common myths about autism. Where was it? Yeah, let's just look at this. Autism myths. The appearance of autism is relatively new. It's not. Autism is a mental health disorder. It's a neurological disorder. All individuals often have mental disabilities. Individuals on spectrum are unique with a wide range of intellectual abilities. Autism is caused by vaccines. It's not. Autism is caused by poor parenting or refrigerator mothers. In the 1950s, there was an assumption that autism was caused by emotionally distant or cold parents. Okay. So solely by environmental factors. Genes have been identified as one of the causes of autism. Parents whose first... Okay, this is not what I was looking for. Individuals autism violent. There have been recent stories relating to autism violence. Autistic individuals usually arise from sensory overload or emotional stress. It's unusual for individuals with autism to act violently out of malice or pose any danger to society. Many individuals actually prefer to limit their exposure interactions with other people because social situations can feel confusing and anxiety-provoking. And distant parents, I didn't skip over it. It didn't seem relevant. So here, let's go back to that. Where did I see it? Poor parenting. Okay. I didn't skip over it. Yeah, this is not the one I was looking at earlier, but here, let me just here we go. Yeah, okay. 10 things autism isn't. Yeah, that's not how it works, Ferret. A lot of people have bad relationships with their parents. Not just me. And yeah, there's like a misconception. And obviously this isn't just about mental health, but I think this really points it out. And these are actually like autism is not being socially awkward. Autism is not avoiding eye contact. Autism is not lacking empathy. Autistic people do not lack imagination. Autism is not black and white thinking. It's not a learning difficulty. We're not incapable of lying. We're not impolite. Autistic people are not all good at math. Are not incapable of growing up. Perception of mental illness. Let's see that. Oops. Mentally ill are perceived as aggressive, violent, and dangerous, and not fit for coexistence in society. A tendency to maintain social distance from mentally ill and to reject them socially still persists and makes its existence felt. So, for example, the fact that you see like a 2-year-old video of me and you assume that I'm just completely insane or something like that. Many people have mental illness and mental health issues. Let's see. Attitudes toward mental illness at the CDC. Okay. Background. That's just how they did the study. Prevailing view of health-related stigma is that it refers to perceived, enacted, or anticipated avoidance or social exclusion, and not to an individual blemish or mark. Yeah, so it's like, I do have mental health issues such as depression, anxiety, PTSD, and agoraphobia. which stem from internal autistic issues that have, over time, in an environment that was not conducive towards mental health. However, that is a blemish. It is not. It is not something that makes me broken. And, you know, this whole conception of therapy being like, oh, you need to go to therapy because you're acting a certain way. Well, you're assuming I don't go to therapy, but you're associating mental illness without external perception. Because somebody could be upset and screaming doesn't mean they have a mental illness. Because, you know, if somebody like takes your backpack on the bus or something like that, and you had like all your schoolwork in it, or like you had money in it or something, so like that, you know, you get angry, not necessarily because you're mentally ill, it's because somebody fucking stole your shit, you know?
League and Overwatch League are is just at an all-time low. I would have to do separate videos to talk about the esports scene in both of these places, or what's left of it. You know, and I fully expect that to be like it's not going to change. A, and then B, in 2 years, I mean, both of those will just be like completely irrelevant. So the real story here is Activision Blizzard getting acquired for their mobile division, and the games and IPs that they already own moving over to Microsoft Game Pass. And then the other story here is really just the kind of like preeminent dominance of Microsoft coming around. They own 30 studios now. 30 gaming studios, right? They made all kinds of cool stuff like Age of Empires 4. They're going to be a contender going forward. And I mean, I think the real story here is about like how Microsoft is just kind of killing it. I have a lot of faith in Microsoft, but zero faith in Activision Blizzard to do anything useful. So my hope here is that I just kind of give a brief overview on some of the like stuff to consider about this acquisition. I like to make these videos kind of a good opportunity to just like get a quick overview. I know 20 minutes isn't really quick, but like a quicker overview on just like what's happening. So
And it took me 4 hours. 4 hours and 48. It took me 5 hours to get through your video, not because of you, but because of me. Like we went on some tangents. We went through like, transgender issues. We went through like mental illness issues, like, autistic issues, ADHD issues, like the fact that like people perceive, like our friend here, Ferret, pointed out, there's a perception of mental illness, and that's separate from actual mental illness, because mental illness it does have external symptoms, but those are because of internal issues. So like autism, it's not about being socially awkward, it's not about like having like savant abilities or whatever. Those are all just like those are all external. What makes you autistic and why somebody would diagnose you with autism is because of extreme extremely like negative internal experiences, which is not this case for people who don't have autism or who aren't autistic. And a lot of autistic people are actually very, very like see it as an identity. I don't necessarily see it as that. I see it as like something that my brain is wired differently, and I have had many negative experiences in my life because of that. And those negative experiences then in turn created very traumatic experiences that have influenced me and caused PTSD. And because I'm autistic, I doubly any kind of negative experience may or may not impact me worse than the majority of people, because of the internal difference. And so it's like being socially awkward or being like not being able to make eye contact. That's not what makes you autistic. Those are just symptoms, and they're not even always like everybody's different, because everybody, if somebody is diagnosed early on and they have very supportive friends and family, like parents who like make sure that they get like, like a therapist and all that kind of stuff. And also, like, people are very aware of that, like, hey, like, not like walk on eggshells, but just have like basic like understanding and empathy for people, so that they, you know, like don't scream at an autistic person for like you know, being late to class or something like that. Not hold them up to rigid standards, which has been changing, and most people are very most people are more empathetic towards autistic people than they were before. I was a case where people were very very unforgiving towards my deficits, which I was unlucky enough to be born with. And yeah, it's just one of those things where people misdiagnose themselves. They think that, or they undermine the struggles of autistic people, because they say like, oh, well, you know, everybody's a little autistic, and it's like, no, you are not. People who are autistic. Okay, it's a very specific neurological disorder. It is an internal experience, and it may or may not have external factors. And in fact, a lot of young girls are actually misdiagnosed. Usually, boys are diagnosed. You know, so it's like, because like usually society kind of like accepts that girls are quieter and stuff, and so it's like it's not about behavior, because like you know, people. You know, sometimes people think that young boys have ADHD just because they're more hyper sometimes. And that's usually more of like, that's kind of more of a gender norm thing. That's really not about whether they have a neurological disorder. So the neurological disorder is there. You know, we have more, autism affects people a lot differently than it did like 400 years ago. So the reason why, it's not a new thing, it's always been there. But if you think about it, if you live on a farm like 400 years ago or something like that, and your job is to just take care of the farm, you never really have to interact with anybody. No one's going to give you shit for doing anything. You do things at your own pace. You're able to manage your own life, manage your own farm, and you know, and people accept you. They don't expect things from you. I mean, you know, like your whole life would go. You wouldn't need to be. Like there would be no need for you'd be effectively like, no, there'd be no issue. It doesn't change the fact that they're autistic, but you know, in today's age, if you're autistic, you fail in life, unfortunately, like I did, because society expects you to be a certain way, and if you can't fit into that, you're gonna get punished for it. And I was very much punished, and continually today. But I'm getting a lot of help. I have a therapist I've seen every week for 2 years, and we don't work on like you know, we work on developing tools to move forward. That's what a good therapist does. A therapist gives you the tools you need to overcome the things that are hurting you. Being autistic doesn't make me broken. You know, it just makes me different, and I need to learn tools to de-escalate and to integrate into society better. However, I am 99.98% sure that my SSI hearing I had 2 weeks ago will go in my favor, because the issues I have completely prevent me from working a regular job. And if I can work a job, it's very shaky. Like it's like every single day, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it. Or if somebody's in, whether I can do it or not, I can't do it as well or as fast as others. And, you know, I might have to like stay home the whole day because of depression issues and agoraphobia, because of a lifetime of abuse from people who just wanted to fit me into their version of what they wanted me to be, instead of actually accepting me for who I am and allowing me to just, you know, have success as compared to myself rather than others.
That you can kind of be more informed about it and talk about it, as well as kind of explore some of the interesting stuff about this. I think it's really interesting that they've used the metaverse. Kept bringing that up. I think it's really, really interesting. I'm looking at that a lot. I think also the eventual way that Microsoft will integrate and develop games under the studio is really interesting as well, and it's good to pay attention to. But nothing we have to worry about until, you know, mid 2023 or 2024, when stuff actually starts to change. And before then, we still got 2 more years of Activision Blizzard, so that'll be fun. Make plenty of YouTube videos about that. I'm sure all those problems will still remain, and I don't think Bobby Kotick is going anywhere. So, yeah.
I mean, we'll see. I mean, you never know. You always get surprised sometimes. Wait, you sometimes get surprised.
All right, so that's the video. Hey, by the way, if you like this stuff, go to discord.gg/Devin.
Please unban me, Devin. even at least just give me read-only access. I would like to utilize the knowledge that's in your Discord, but at least give me read-only access. I guess I could make it an alt account. Jeez. I don't think that's how it works. I think it's like an IP ban or something. I don't know. I really don't know. I could just join the Discord and never talk.
That's where I hang out and talk about a lot of the business stuff, especially before I make these videos. Like we had a whole talk about Activision Blizzard.
I just feel really weird. I feel like I can never be anonymous. Like, just the way I am, I'm just very outspoken, and like if I ever talk, like I just feel like there's like something inherently wrong about hiding. Like I shouldn't have to make an alternate account just to go to your Discord. Like, so I don't know. Maybe one day.
Before I talked about this, you guys go to Patreon at patreon.com/DevinNash. I make videos specific to Patreon. I have like over 30 of them there now.
Yeah, I kind of want to like watch his Patreon videos at some point. It's only like $5, you know.
Like teaching business and stuff. So if you like those, go check those out. And lastly, this video and all videos for the next couple of months are sponsored by StreamTunes, which is STREEM tunes.com. It's actually a really great opportunity to skip DMCA. They have nothing to sell you except it's just a totally free list of music that you can go to and listen to on Spotify or YouTube, wherever the hell you want. Great music, totally for free. And it's DMCA safe music for if you're a streamer or a content creator, make YouTube videos, stuff like that. Absolutely free opportunity. So, hey, thanks for watching this video and looking forward to seeing you again next time. Bye.
Ah, what the fuck? Oh, cause it's freaking playlist.
Hey, it's Devin.
Okay. And here we go. Share. Oh. Oh, oops, wrong thing. Okay. Yeah, so I mean, interesting video. I don't know if I'm gonna go through the Asmon one. I watched some of Asmon's stream, and it's just like, honestly, I think Devin covered most of what he could. I think it would, you know, maybe we can go through Asmon's, but it's just like I'm kind of exhausted. It's been 5 hours. I was gonna play League, and maybe we can still play League. Let's get some music going. I do need to take a bit of a break. Yeah, I'm actually gonna restart the stream for that. So, yeah, that was interesting. That's interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna take a bit of a break, and then I'm gonna start the stream for League. Yeah, very very interesting take from Devin. We went down to some interesting tangents. There's some stuff I got to do. I don't know how it'll go. But this kind of like more right-wing commentator reached out to me. I'm not sure if I want to do that, but we'll see. As long as the person can, be respectful, not misgender me, not use homophobic or transphobic slurs or anything like that. I want to give somebody the benefit of the doubt, but honestly, like, I'm not expecting much. I'm just doing my own thing, and it'd be interesting. I do believe that we should be able to give people a chance, just like I gave this ferret person a chance. Somebody just comes in from right off the gate, telling me I need to see a therapist, and I look like a weird goblin thing. Yeah. She's like, what the fuck? Yeah, I'm banning that person. Honestly, it's like the minute they come right out the gate with like antagonistic, like seriously, that person's banned. Okay. Anyway, yeah. Bye bye.